Yes. Are we live? Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of the Oklahoma Governor's Water Conference and Research Symposium. We are thrilled to be back. Have lots of folks in the room. We've invited our sponsors and legislators and our speakers, and we certainly appreciate everyone being here. I know we had over 300 people register, so thank you for tuning in online. For those that don't know me, I'm Julie Cunningham, the Executive Director of the Oklahoma Water Resources Board. Proud to be here, glad to be your co-host this morning and all day actually, along with Dr. Kevin Wagner, the Director of the Oklahoma Water Resources Center at Oklahoma State University. So we are thrilled to be broadcasting from the state capitol, newly remodeled. This is a fantastic facility, and we couldn't be more happy to be here. We are joined by several legislators, speaker sponsors, and friends yesterday. We hope to have another great day today. Before we get started, I certainly want to recognize our sponsors. You can go on the gwc.live website. We've got all the sponsor links. They are great sponsors, and we could not do this without them. So our platinum sponsors are Bank of America Securities, Burns McDonnell, Carollo Engineering, Friesen Nichols, Inc., Grand River Dam Authority, Hilltop Securities, Inc., Municipal Finance Services, Oklahoma Conservation Commission, Oklahoma Department of Mines, Oklahoma Farm Bureau, and the Oklahoma Rural Water Association. Our gold sponsors are Bank First, CP&Y, Environmental Federation of Oklahoma, Garver, Oklahoma Department of Environmental Quality, Oklahoma Floodplain Managers Association, and Save the Illinois River. And then our silver sponsors are Meshek and Associates, GE Energy Corp., and the Oklahomans for Responsible Water Policy. So we're certainly, once again, very grateful for those sponsors. They come back year and again, and we couldn't do this without them. I did want to give a quick shout out as well, embarrass my staff. These guys, they just make me get out of the way, and they do everything. Each one has their different roles, and they just tell me where to be, and I certainly appreciate them. So if you guys could stand up, the ones that are here today, and we won't point the camera at the more shy ones, but I will say Darla Whitney is our conference coordinator, her team. We've got Stephanie Lively, outside facility coordinator, Kylie Wilson, Owen Mills, David Hamilton, Sarah Gibson, Robbie Short, and certainly don't want to leave out our admin team, Cleve and Neil, Tracy, Johannes, and John Phillips. So we certainly appreciate all the work that you guys do. So a little round of applause. Okay, so I guess we'll start the day with a video message, all the way from Washington, D.C. with U.S. Senator Lankford.
Hello, I'm Senator Lankford. I want to welcome you to this year's Governor's Water Conference. I appreciate the Oklahoma Water Resources Board and our regional water partners for continuing to protect Oklahoma's drinking water and water resources. We all appreciate the help. This conference offers an important moment for Oklahomans to come together to collaborate, share ideas how we can continue to provide safe and clean drinking water to maintain our infrastructure and to be able to take care of our water needs for years to come. Oklahomans know how important it is to protect and preserve our water resources for current and future generations, as well as to innovate and expand our capability to conserve water and to prevent drought. Western Oklahoma especially continues to face drought conditions and wildfires year after year, while eastern Oklahoma has seen historic flooding. Both droughts and flooding cost Oklahoma's lives, property, and we should work together to prevent both of them. We also need to maintain our focus on water infrastructure throughout the state, which demonstrates a unique state-federal partnership. We have interstate waterways, levees, dams that all require us to be able to work together. I serve on the Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee. My team and I work closely with Oklahoma's water partners like the Oklahoma Water Resources Board to ensure we keep moving forward in the areas that need attention for all of our water resources. At the federal level, Oklahoma works with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, FEMA, the Federal Bureau of Reclamation, and Environmental Protection Agency, the Department of Interior, and others. It seems like we have an endless number of agencies that deal with federal water. We've got to be able to work through, we deal with the federal government and keep up with all the different responsibilities, regulations, all the issues dealing with our water. Not only just for Oklahomans, but for people in the states all around us as well. I voted to support the Drinking Water and Wastewater Infrastructure Act of 2021. Important state revolving funds in that bill would help us to finance critical wastewater and drinking water infrastructure projects across the state. To keep these projects moving forward, we need a trained workforce. That's common knowledge. As many in the water infrastructure industry near retirement, we need to be sure we're training the next generation to take on these roles. All of you with gray hair there know another generation has to come behind you to be able to take the leadership for the next generation to be able to take on the water challenges we have. In addition to federal legislation, my office frequently works on maintenance and expansion issues for Oklahoma's ports and waterways, which connect Oklahoma and the rest of the U.S. with the rest of the world. Our ports and their waterways are key to moving goods through central and southern U.S., and their success has a big impact on our economy. In fact, the ports in Oklahoma process more than 6 million tons of cargo each year. They support more than 11,000 jobs and directly contribute to $1.6 billion in the state's economy. This year alone, in the Port of Catoosa, there's $300 million in economic impact just out of that one port. Last year, out of the Port of Muskogee, we saw 500,000 tons of cargo come through it. Oklahoma's vital dams and levees also help generate renewable energy through hydropower plants, provide flood control, and include beautiful recreational areas. It's imperative that we continue to look for ways to harness the energy and the economic output of our powerful waterways while ensuring we protect recreational areas and communities that border them. 2019, we all remember extremely well. It's historic flooding that damaged property in and around Tulsa and all of eastern Oklahoma, Muskogee, all those areas. It greatly impacted people in those communities. In the aftermath of these storms, our ports, cities, and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and other partners continue to work together to ensure we do as much as we can to prevent similar flooding in the future. There's still much work that has to be done on the levees around Tulsa and in managing our water and the water flow as we prepare for floods and high rains in the eastern side of our state in the days ahead. Oklahoma continues to work on numerous drought mitigation and clean drinking water enhancement projects, including one that recently kicked off at Kaw Lake to help out residents and businesses in Enid. Through the approved contract with the Oklahoma Department of Environmental Quality and Enid Municipal Authority, those funds and those loans, in combination with 3 previously approved Oklahoma Water Resources Board's loans, fund a 70-mile underground pipeline to transport water from Kaw Lake to the water treatment facility in Enid, what I affectionately call the straw that's heading towards Enid. This important project will ensure sufficient, clean, safe water to meet population projections, reduce demands on the regional aquifers by 35%, and remove 7.5 miles of cast iron pipe, which reduces the pipes with lead-sealed joints. The Kaw Lake Alternative Water Supply Program will ensure the long-term availability of water to Enid residents, Vance Air Force Base, Woodring Regional Airport, local outlying industry, neighboring communities, rural water customers, lots of folks in the area. It's a big issue, and it's an important project that's been planned for a long time and is now finally in the execution phase. These are just a few of the important water issues in Oklahoma for Oklahoma stakeholders and our regional water partners. We're all working together to be able to help these issues for our state and our state's future. I look forward to our continued partnership going forward as we work to keep Oklahoma's water clean and usable now and in the future. Thank you for how you serve Oklahomans. Every time people turn on the tap, every time people flush their toilet, every time people are cooking and cleaning, they're grateful to folks, many of them they will never meet, who do the work behind the scenes to be able to actually make sure that we maintain our good water supply in Oklahoma. Folks did it in the generations before us to make sure we have what we have now. It is your turn now to be able to do it for the next generation. Thank you for helping our state and serving people.
Very, very inspirational. Senator Langford is always certainly a champion. Now we'll turn it over. It's my privilege to introduce another water champion. I'd like to introduce Oklahoma's Secretary of Energy and Environment, Secretary Ken Wagner, to update us on his office's priorities and recent accomplishments. Secretary Wagner was appointed in 2019 by Governor Stitt and is a true supporter of modernizing water and energy policy and innovating those industries. He's responsible for over 30 agencies, boards, compacts, and commissions, as well as advancing policies that encourage economic growth and sensible regulation that fosters responsible energy production, protects natural resources, and ensures clean air, land, and water for all Oklahomans. Previously, Secretary Wagner served as senior advisor to the administrator for regional and state affairs within the U.S. EPA's Office of the Administrator, where he also served as director for the Office of Regional Operations. Before joining EPA, he practiced law and held private business interests for nearly 25 years. So, Secretary Wagner, welcome.
Good morning, and it is hard to follow Senator Langford. But I will say that we are very blessed to have a federal delegation that cares about water. And it's not just Senators Langford and Inhofe, it's all 5 of our members in the House of Representatives as well. And so they are in constant contact with our agencies, the Department of Environmental Quality, the Oklahoma Water Resources Board, the Department of Emergency Management, my office, the governor's office, and as well as our legislature. So we have a true partnership with our federal delegations, and it is helpful. Well, it's nice to be back. The format of this meeting may be different. We're driving a hybrid this year, so I like that. But while the format of the meeting may be different, the mission is the same. It is always worth it to enhance the lives of Oklahomans by protecting our beautiful rivers, streams, lakes, and protecting and ensuring clean and abundant water by protecting our underground sources of drinking water, our system of aquifers by carefully following the science to properly allocate our water resources, and finding ways to protect those resources by forming partnerships, recycling waters, and embracing new technologies that unlock new and better sources of water for all Oklahomans. Nothing and no other medium evokes so much passion than water. We see it every day. It makes sense. It sustains our lives on an everyday sense. It feeds our soul. It calms our minds. It feeds our spirit. And it is essential to a healthy and growing economy, which is the actual theme of this meeting. So it's my honor to be here to talk about a few of the things that we do. But more importantly, it is meetings like this. It's the very reason that we have these meetings where people of differing opinions, people who don't necessarily see eye to eye on how to protect those, how to protect those beautiful water resources, how to engage in the use of those resources. It's imperative that we get together and hear, listen, and learn from one another, that we can make the best informed decisions by not only expressing our own opinions, but thoughtfully and carefully considering the opinions of others. It is through that process that we can truly make our state great and protect these waters in the way that they deserve. I am very proud of the work that OWRB is doing on long-term water planning. This work is essential and provides a roadmap to better adapt to extreme conditions like the floods of 2019 that were so eloquently presented by Senator Langford, or the droughts that we continue to experience in the West and certainly experience to a much greater degree across the entire state only years earlier. And moreover, it helps us become more adaptive to these events and more resilient to these events that seem, and these conditions that seem to be coming more and more often with greater frequency. Julie also asked me to give a couple of updates on some things that we're doing. I could spend an hour here, but they haven't given me that much time. So I'm going to talk about two things that are particularly important to me. Really, I'll mention three because I see Brandon Bowman, and Brandon helped with Even though he's a traitor and has left the Department of Environmental Quality, I have learned to forgive him because he's at the Rural Water Association and still doing great work for Oklahoma. So I'll mention three things. But the first, I see my friend Ethan Schuth there, and about 2 years ago, maybe a little longer, we got a group together to talk about protecting the Blue River, and we did it under the guise of the Historic Water Settlement. And so we had the Choctaw Nation, the Chickasaw Nation, the Water Resources Board, our partners from the Wildlife Conservation Department, and my office. And we got to a conference room, and there was a little tension in the room, not knowing one another very well. And we proceeded to meet about our views on how best to protect the flows and the resources that were around in the Blue River's watershed. And it was through that series of meetings, really periodic meetings, that we started to develop trust. And I can tell you that we had uncomfortable and spirited discussions. We still find areas that we disagree, but more often than not, we find areas that we have common ground. And through that time, I know from my perspective that we've built trust. And I've learned that the folks at both the Chickasaw Nation and the Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma are trusted partners, even though we may disagree on certain things that may be important. We can disagree and still value one another. But as we discussed, we came to some common ground on what this mysterious idea of in-stream flow. And, seldom have I come across any term that evokes so much passion, almost fear, fright, or distrust in people when you start talking about in-stream flow. And I believe that is really related to the idea that there's no real definition around what in-stream flow is. And so if you can't define something, and if it means something different to everybody who is using that term, then it creates fear, it creates distrust. And really what we've tried to do is come to a place where we can say, how do we demystify in-stream flow? What does it mean? And how can we show people what's in it for them to protect these waters? And when I say in-stream flow, I'm not necessarily talking about a regulatory limit to flows, although that is a tool in the toolbox to deal with that. It could be voluntary conservation. It could be a plethora of things. But if you can't get buy-in from the community and the people that are most affected by it, you can never come to an agreement. And this leads to historic battles at people hiring lobbyists and putting out flyers of why the other side is wrong. And while that is a reality, it is anything but productive. And so what we think we've found is a way to help demystify that. To me, what in-stream flow means is, it means a collection of flows, each of which is that amount of flow necessary to protect a particular beneficial use for that water. Because there is no particular accepted definition, it does frighten people to believe that somebody's coming to restrict or steal their water, and seldom anything in between. So we took a different approach. We took the question of how do we demystify the concept of in-stream flow? And what we landed on was to show each stakeholder or user what each of those people or stakeholders has to lose if that water is somehow not available to them. Out of this decision, we decided to jointly fund the two tribes and the state funding 50-50, a joint study to economically value each and every use of the water in the Blue River watershed. So that includes not only the environmental flow, that flow necessary to protect the life of the river, but flows like the flow necessary to support agricultural irrigation, the support necessary to protect fishing, that consumptive users like municipalities like the city of Durant need to support its population, its residents, and its growing economy. So we also take into consideration cultural flows. Even those are very difficult to value to the people they're important to, they're important. What does the lack of water do to the property values around that watershed? And so this is not an expensive proposition. We were able to, I think we paid $150,000 for this watershed. So versus some of that, it doesn't require further monitoring. The idea is that you can, once we get these values, and we're going to peer review them with both the state and the consultants that were hired. And that was the idea, that we could do it jointly, is that it wouldn't be one side on the other putting it down the throat of the others. But you can take each flow and model what the economic impact is if, for instance, you lose agricultural irrigation. What is the economic impact to those communities around there? And from that, people can start seeing, hey, if I don't have water to fulfill my permit, what does that mean to me from an economic standpoint? Maybe I need to start thinking about what those conservation methods are that we can protect those flows for my neighbors, for myself, for the community. And so we think that this is a rational way to make better decisions. It doesn't make the decision for you. We will still have arguments about whether or not a regulatory action is necessary, whether or not certain voluntary conservation efforts will work. And I assure you, no decisions have been prejudged, certainly on the state side, and I believe by words and deed of the tribal partners that that is the case for them as well. So I'm thankful that I'm getting to work with Senator Bullard to hopefully put into statute to fund these different watersheds around the state, not only the priority watersheds that we always think about, scenic rivers and such, but also streams and water out west as well. And we think that this is a rational way forward for people to at least understand what we're talking about when we talk about protecting these streams and rivers. So I am thankful, Ethan, to the Choctaw Nation and Julie for the work that we've all done in trying to take our own opinions and consider the other perspective, which I think is the most important thing that we can do. The second thing I want to point out, I'm sure it's been mentioned before, but Brandon had a big part in this, and Mike Fina and the OML is part of it. But we have this historic partnership with the Rural Water Association, the governor's office, my office, OWRB, DEQ, OML. I'm sure I'm leaving out somebody, but the idea is that we've gone and when we've done these water loss leak audits, and we've literally saved hundreds of millions of gallons, if not billions by now, and millions of dollars for these small communities that struggle to meet their 2-minute warnings mean nothing to me. I'm kidding. So anyway, and we've also now, we gave a grant to Rural Water to develop an energy audit for these communities as well, so they can go in and help them maximize the efficiency of these systems, saving hundreds of thousands of dollars to the ratepayers, bringing down costs, allowing for better maintenance of these systems, getting rid of their leaks, and providing better service for their consumers. So that's a big deal. The last thing I would mention, because I really don't want to get on her bad side, I'm already there, but is the hydrogen task force. The governor and the legislature signed into law the historic hydrogen transportation, infrastructure, and pipeline task force. I said that wrong. We had 4 months given we had to start July 1, and we had to have a report to the governor by December 1. I'm so thrilled with the people. It was the Water Resources Board, Department of Commerce, OCAST, the legislature, our research universities in the state, and then my office. And I got the privilege of chairing that. with my deputy, Vicki Tran, was so instrumental, and Matt Newman. But we delivered to the governor a 113-page paper, and there's really not any coloring book points. It's all substance. It is amazing work product, and it didn't happen because of us. It happened because of industry. It happened because of academia. It happened because of the regulatory bodies all coming together to show that if we capture 3% of the domestic hydrogen market, and we're in line to do way more than that it will have a $3 billion impact to our state, create over around 7,000 jobs, and use our resources in a way that we haven't imagined, all while participating in a low carbon economy and ensuring our place and continuing to be energy pioneers. And so, Julie, thank you for your help in that. I am thrilled to be here, and I get to give some awards even more excitedly. And I didn't beat your 2-minute limit, so.
I can introduce the awards if you like.
All right, thanks.
It's really amazing the last 2 days, just really hearing and understanding that so much going on. This is fantastic work. I will, again, Vicki Tran, very great work. She was the cat herder of the whole thing, and she absolutely kept us on point. I think certainly a great work product out of that, and an exciting future in the hydrogen sector. So we're really excited about that. And now I am, again, excited to move on to our Oklahoma Water for 2060 Excellence Awards. This year we have 2 awardees, and we're thrilled that they are here with us today to discuss their projects. For anyone unfamiliar with the Water for 2060 Act, this legislation came from one of 8 priority policy recommendations out of the 2012 Comprehensive Water Plan that were created by stakeholders, a 3-year stakeholder engagement, boiled it down to 8 priorities. So with this particular Water for 2060 Act, Oklahoma became the first state in the nation to establish a goal of consuming no more fresh water in 2060 than was consumed back in 2010 by incentivizing voluntary solutions and achieving this ambitious goal while growing our economy. So the Water Board launched in the Water for 2060 Excellence Award program in 2017, and to recognize individuals and entities making exceptional contributions to the promotion of water use, efficiency, and conservation. So I will now turn it back to Secretary Wagner for the first presentation.
All right, this is exciting. So we got to do this 2 years ago and get to see about people that are doing great work, supporting our goal of preserving our resources and not using that. So the first award goes to the city of Bartlesville for the planning and development of the state's first indirect potable reuse project. A severe drought beginning in 2001 exposed the vulnerability of Hula Lake. I remember that. It went nearly dry, like to inches. It was quite a thing, which was Bartlesville's primary water source, which had more than 50 years worth of sedimentation and was unable to maintain adequate water levels. Options such as raising water levels or purchasing water from other lakes were found to be either cost prohibitive or otherwise not feasible. This prompted city officials to begin the difficult process of exploring the option of water reuse from their wastewater treatment plant, an idea that was gaining momentum across the state due in part to publication of the 2012 Oklahoma Comprehensive Water Plan and Water for 2060 Act. A Bureau of Reclamation grant funded a feasibility study and an extensive public outreach campaign to get buy-in and support from officials, citizens, and multiple water systems purchasing from the city of Bartlesville. The extraordinary amount of planning and organization required to launch this project are a true testament to Bartlesville's commitment to ensure their customers and residents have a drought-resilient water supply for the next 25 years and beyond. And here to receive this award and give a presentation on the project are City Manager, Mr. Mike Bailey, and the Director of Water Utilities, Mr. Terry Lauritzen.
a little bit up front.
Yeah,
I think the lighting was better.
Well, thank you all. First off, we're honored to be here. We're honored to receive this award. We're excited to be able to share some of the lessons that we learned on our project. You heard that we were the first ever in the state of Oklahoma. I think I speak for all cities that rarely ever do we want to be first at anything. We would much rather let someone else learn the hard lessons. Bartlesville was a little bit unique. It had I would say, a unique set of circumstances. There were some challenges. You heard about the drought, and we'll talk a little bit more about it. We also had some unique infrastructure in place already that made this project, it simply made sense for us. I'm really grateful that we were able to receive the Water for 2060 award, because that actually is what prompted this. Before that, our plans were exactly what the Secretary said. We were looking to purchase additional water supply off of two lakes, essentially. Those two lakes shared very similar watersheds, had very similar characteristics. So we were really concerned about it. With the Water for 2060 Act, Terry Lauritsen, who you'll hear from here in a minute, and he'll actually give you the details. I just get to introduce it. I think he told me right before I came up here that he wasn't going to join me, and we'll see. We'll see. Never give me the mic first. So, but you know, when we talk about a drought for our water supply, I think most cities will find themselves in a similar situation to us. When we're talking about water supply in Bartlesville, Oklahoma, it's not just our residents. So we serve a population of about 37,000 within our boundaries. However, as you can see, we are really about 55,000 that we support. We are a regional water producer in Northeast Oklahoma. Our role is expanding. As the rules change, it becomes more difficult for some of the smaller systems to continue to provide treated water. And so they rely more and more on regional water suppliers like the city of Bartlesville. So this will only grow over time. You can see it's about 573 square miles that we provide right now, about 55,000 people. So it was critical not just for the citizens of Bartlesville, but it was critical for our region that we find a really sustainable solution. You heard about the drought. So before we talk about the project itself, kind of wanted to talk a little bit about that, because you've heard that word mentioned several times today. I don't know if you all have been unfortunate enough to experience a drought in your community, but when it does, you start seeing photos like this. Now, keep in mind, this was back in 2002, so the photo quality isn't as good as it would be today. And if this was today, you would have 1 million of these photos on Facebook, and they would be everywhere. So we were fortunate that it happened long enough ago to where you don't have quite as much attention, but it really did stir up the citizens of Bartlesville. Nothing, you've heard the word passion related to water several times today. They're entirely correct. And nothing will stir up the passions of people more than the lack of water, even more so than just water itself. So, you know, this lake it is a flood control lake primarily. That's why most of our lakes were built in the state of Oklahoma, was for flood control. You can see here that these are the boat docks and things of that nature. These are completely out of the water. My favorite picture is the one that's on the very last slide. And if you're looking at that, yes, that's a road around the lake, and normally the lake level is right up against that. So what we were left with was essentially a muddy river channel and a little bit of water down around the dam. This was a significant drought. It caused a great deal of alarm. And when you have a drought of this nature, then you start to get articles like this. So here's some excerpts from the article, just kind of set the stage. And I think this is important because while the planning for this water reuse project can be measured in years, it took several years to get it. The reality is the table was set over a period of decades. So nothing moves quickly, but again, I believe we arrived at the correct conclusion. So here was an article in the Tulsa World back in, it was actually April of 2002. So, you know, you start hearing things like Hula could die. This is our lake. This is our water supply lake. So obviously, this is a significant issue. Hendricks, I believe this was a man who worked for the Corps of Engineers at the time. And so they started talking about an interagency coalition about how they'll look into many questions facing the drying lake bed. Now, among those to be consulted, and you'll notice that on this list for a drought contingency plan, we had Environmental Protection Agency, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, Oklahoma Department of Environmental Quality. The city of Bartlesville was not on this list initially. And what it served to remind us of is that we don't control these lakes. They weren't built for us. We are a secondary use. And so, of course, one of the questions they were considering was really important to us. One of the biggest questions to be answered is whether Bartlesville continue to use the lake's water supply. This started it. So these sorts of things, they are a crisis. They're also an opportunity. I do firmly believe that when you have a crisis, you have an opportunity. And that made it made this a very unique project for us because the citizens of Bartlesville started to be educated about water supply in 2002. We didn't start talking about water reuse until, well, it was after the Water for 2060. So in 2016, 2017, we began speaking with the public. We have had zero negative feedback from the public. I have. Terry, I think, would say the same. The public has been very accepting of the idea of wastewater reuse. So I know that there's a perception that this will be very difficult to do, that the public will hate the idea. And I'm not going to lie to you, when we talk, there is a little bit of an ick factor when you introduce the concept. But after people think their way through it, they realize that we're probably all doing some sort of wastewater reuse right now anyway. That's just the reality. So this is what led us to eventually needing our wastewater reuse project. That decision allowed us to move away from solely being subject to surface water. And in particular, the two lakes we had access to are Copan and Hula. And Terry will talk more about those, but they're subject to similar limitations. They're similar watersheds. So we were grateful to have this option available. We were excited to pursue it, and we appreciate the partnership that we've been able to develop with Oklahoma Department of Environmental Quality, Oklahoma Water Resources Board, and everybody who has been involved in this all along. So with that, I'm going to introduce Terry Lauritsen, who is our Director of Water and Wastewater Utilities. Terry?
Thank you, Mike. Usually he gives me about 2 minutes to rip through the whole thing, so he gave me, I don't see the sign coming up yet, so I've got at least more than 2. But, you know, I'm going to talk a little bit more about the specifics and the details and some of the challenges that we did encounter through the whole process. But here's a slide showing our water portfolio. So in the upper left screen is our main water supply, that's Chula Lake. It was built in the late 50s. It was really built primarily as a flood control lake. That is pumped to Lake Hudson, which is a city-owned lake. That was built in the late 40s. And then from there, it goes to the water treatment plant. Our original water supply is from the Caney River. And so this was back in the 20s and 30s when the town was in its infancy. But we still maintain a raw water intake station at this location and use it today. All of these lakes have experienced significant sedimentation, as I think most communities or places that utilize lakes for their raw water source. So Hula has lost roughly about 58% of its storage to sedimentation. Hudson Lake's lost about 30%, and so we were seeing quite a substantial loss in what water was available really during a drought condition. But based on how much storage was available, Hula is by far our biggest water supply. It's up in the 70% range. The Caney River, which we have water rights on, was just under 20%, and then Hudson Lake was a minor component of that water supply portfolio. So again, it started in the 2001-2002 drought, which Mike showed a number of pictures about some of the impacts of that. We were down to less than 20% of our water supply being available, and council was looking at really drastic rates, not only just a restriction, but changing the monetary value of that water to ensure that restriction was carried forth with. But luckily, we've got a number of rain events, significant rain events that restored the water back into it within 6 months. And so kind of the crisis was averted, at least for that time, but council really recognized at that point that there's a severe vulnerability for that water supply, especially during a drought condition. And so they set into motion several things that to help identify where and potentially how we're going to get our long-term water supply needs met. So that started in 2002, and then we partnered in 2003 with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers for a planning assistance to state study, which really looked at how much water do you need, and where are some options to secure that water from. So ultimately, that was all distilled down to this chart. The purple line shows what the projected demand would be over the next 50 years. And then the green line represents what's the reliable yield of Hewlett Lake during a 50-year drought, or what they would call a drought of record. And you can see that conversion point was about 2012, 2013, that we would be out of water. And so this is back in 2003, 2004, so you can understand that there was really a sense of panic that if we get another drought that we just experienced, we potentially could be out of water during that scenario. So we went through the study, and that study was concluded in 2007 with the Corps' assistance, but they, in essence, identified a three-pronged plan for us. And we were really looking at area lakes to identify or to secure additional water supply for that. So Hewlett Lake we already had. There's a Copan Lake was just to the east, so you can see to the right of Hewlett Lake is another Corps-owned lake, primarily for flood control again. And so those two lakes are really the basis of the long-term water supply option for us, which is a three-legged plan. So the Copan Lake has water storage available for purchase for water supply currently, and then we would have to look at reallocating some of the flood control portion of it to water supply. Overall, that was going to be roughly about a $60 million plan to fully implement that approach. And that partnership with the Corps would just buy you the bucket as far as the storage. It doesn't get the water to you. And so we were looking at another $39 million to get the water to our water treatment plant to facilitate the use of those water sources. So overall, it's a $90 million plan. And that, as most utilities, were a pass-through as far as the cost to our customers. And so that was going to, in essence, double the cost of our customers on a daily basis. And so it wasn't really a cost-effective plan. And a plan that we are worth implementing at this level. So we really started the long slog with the Corps of Engineers to try to get that pricing for that storage at a more affordable rate for us. And so we started in 2008, and I won't go through all the steps that we took, but it was a long, arduous journey. And finally, in 2020, we were able to implement the first leg of that plan, which is to buy this water storage at Copan Lake, which netted us about 1 million gallons of water a day. But it took us roughly 12, 13 years of going through, working with our Oklahoma legislative delegation, which has been very supportive of us throughout the process. But it literally took an act of Congress to facilitate water at an affordable rate for the city. And if you've ever tried to get legislation through the federal government, you can understand that that's not a real timely process to do. But during the same time, we were looking at upgrades to our wastewater treatment plant. The plant was initially built in the 30s. It expanded several times in the 80s and 90s, and it was due for upgrades again for capacity. And so we were looking at that process. And normally water and wastewater are two separate entities. You don't ever kind of mix those two. And so in 2012, when the Water for 2060 Act came out, it really kind of made us look at, or take a step back and look at those two water supply portfolios and how they could be supportive or combined in a potential reuse scenario. And so Bartlesville has a unique layout in the sense where our wastewater treatment plant is roughly a quarter mile downstream of our original raw water intake on the Caney River. So you can see on the right is a wastewater plant, and then on the left with the blue marker is where our raw water intake is on the Caney River. So that kind of got us looking at, there is potential for a reuse scenario, an indirect type of reuse scenario. And so we really started talking to our constituents and to the customers of the city of Bartlesville in 2015, floating the idea, talking to them about the potential for it. I think we did have a unique situation where we had a number of droughts. We had that significant drought in 2001, 2002. We also had another drought in 2011, 2012. That really kind of opened people's understanding that there is some supply issues. They were also frustrated that we hadn't made more progress on securing additional water supply. We had a plan that was approved and developed in 2007, and we really had made no progress to date, even through 2013, on getting something in place to do that. So in 2016, we amended a contract with Tetra Tech to look at our facility plan, look at the wastewater planning again, but this time incorporate a leg for water reuse to see if that's even feasible to consider, or if that's feasible both from an environmental perspective as well as a treatment perspective. And so They went through that process. We were awarded a grant in 2017 from the Bureau of Reclamation to do a feasibility study, which we were able to further augment that plan to do sampling, waste load allocation, as well as CEC, or contaminants for emergent concern analysis. And so all those things really came back very favorable for us as far as it was a doable option. It was a feasible option, and fortunately for us, it improved the water quality of the river because we're adding additional flows to it, which really is a benefit for the in-stream oxygens and the different constituents that are within it. So it was really kind of a win-win scenario for both the environmental aspect of it as well as the water supply component for us. And so our water reuse scenario really kind of looks like this. So the red line kind of in the middle of the page is the pump station pipeline that we would transport up to about 4 million gallons of water a day up and discharge into the Caney River. It would blend with the river for about 7 miles before we would have the ability to use it again and pump it to the water treatment plant for treatment and then eventual dispersion to the for potable uses. This cost was $8.8 million to do this scenario. So if you remember before, we were looking in the 90 millions for roughly 12 million gallons of water a day. We can do 8 million, 9 million for 4 million gallons of water a day. So from an economic perspective, it looked very favorable for us and a really viable option for a long-term water supply. So in 2019, we were able to get another grant from the Bureau of Reclamation. This is for the construction of the pipeline. We've actually started implementing the construction of that plan, so we're doing improvements to the raw water intake. Currently, we've received bids for the pipeline pump station component of the project. We're going to start construction in early 2022. And then in 2023, we're going to begin construction on the wastewater plant upgrades. That's going to facilitate the actual indirect treatment and reuse component of that plan. So this is kind of taking that map that was done, or that chart that was done back in 2007, 2008 by the Planning Assistance Study and putting in some real life data to it. So you can see the purple line was the projected demand. The green line was the reliable yield from Hewlett Lake. The orange line, which is just above that, kind of sloping down to the right, is the available water supply incorporating reuse. And the blue dots and the blue line is actual water use since 2007, 2008. So we went from having a reliable yield from the 2010 to 2015 timeframe and projecting that all the way out to 2055. So reuse is not really the end-all solution for us, but it certainly buys us a lot of time to look at other potential sources of water or to move forward with the Planning Assistance Estate's recommendations with our area lakes. And so we've been, again, very fortunate to have this option available to us. I think our constituents have been very open to this. You know, we've talked to them, and I think Mike mentioned that you always get the initial ick factor as far as a reuse scenario. We are a total surface water plant, and so when you explain to them that you're drinking the wastewater discharge from somebody, you know, once they kind of wrap their brains around that, then they, okay, that's a feasible deal. And the other part of it is that we're not a trailblazer, at least nationwide, for this. This has been done. It's been done successfully in other parts of the country. The technology exists. The technology has been proven. So it's really just kind of implementing the plan and understanding what we're getting into and moving forward with it. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions that you guys have. Or if you want to ask Mike, that's great. I'd love to pull him back up. All right, thank you.
They let you off easy with no questions. Excellent, excellent project. All right, well, thank you both for coming and sharing your story. You know, part of the selection process for this award involves identifying projects that can serve as examples. And I think there are many systems facing similar challenges that are going to be interested in learning more about the process of getting an indirect potable reuse project off the ground and getting buy-in from their residents, which I'm sure was not an easy task. So congratulations again. And now we get to present our second award in the agriculture category. And this year's winner is Mr. Darren Buck from Buck Farms from Western Oklahoma, from the Panhandle. So we're thrilled that he is here. Darren is a third-generation farmer in the Oklahoma Panhandle. With help from his wife Julie and his dedicated crew, the Buck Farm utilizes strip tilling with center pivot irrigation to raise corn, wheat, soybeans, and grain sorghum, and has a dry land, no-till acres with wheat, sorghum, and a fallow rotation. Darren has been a member of the Oklahoma Panhandle Agricultural and Irrigation Association for 10 years and is well known for his leadership in testing and adopting innovative water conservation technologies. He has actively participated in OSU programs, donating time and equipment for research on effective application of water conservation in farming operations. He has been working with OSU to adopt soil moisture sensors on some of his center pivots to install a crop model for irrigation scheduling. He served on the advisory panel for the Master Irrigator program and helped design the program's curriculum. Projects on Mr. Buck's farm have facilitated research and decision-making regarding irrigation, depth, timing, and distribution, as well as pivot track management and evaluation, leading to more useful application of automated tools and resources for Panhandle farmers. Congratulations, Darren and Julie.
And are you going to be able to stay?
Okay, good morning, everybody. Wow, that light's, it's very bright. I don't have to worry about the audience because I can't see you. Anyway, I want to start by saying, well, first of all, it's going to be a pretty low-tech presentation, which is, I would say, is not the way my farm is, actually. We're doing some pretty, I think, some pretty cool stuff out there in the Panhandle. But I do want to take a time here to, it will be a little bit interactive. You can get out your phones here a little bit. We'll do some math. Promise it's easy math, but it'll be kind of interesting. So anyway, I do want to say some thank yous. First of all, thank you to Dr. Jason Warren and Dr. Sumit Sharma of Oklahoma State University. Those guys are just, I have thoroughly enjoyed working with those guys. And it's a very big honor for me to get recognized and for them to nominate me for this award, because I'm going to tell you flat out that in the Panhandle, guys out there, there's a lot of guys like me, honestly. I mean, the guys, my peers are an incredible group. I mean, they farm in a difficult environment, and so just by the nature of where we farm and the drought that we experienced, we were talking about drought a while ago. If you look on the mesonet out in our area, we've been 120 days, and the total rainfall in that period is 1.5 inches. That's a drought. We're in the middle of it right now. So by that very nature, the guys tend to be progressive. The men and women out there are hardworking, and they are driving forward to do a lot of the same things that I'm doing. Another thank you I'll mention, 3 guys that work for me on the farm, Troy Cohen, Travis Hammerschmidt, and Alfredo Villalobos. So Troy is the manager, and I mention him because it's important, because it's leadership, and obviously that's part of my role as well, is to provide a philosophy and a vision and leadership, but that has to be echoed by the people that work for you as well, and he does a great job at that. It's like working with a peer for me. And then Travis, who is really our irrigation foreman. So he's a savant when it comes to motors, and he also shares the vision. We're going to talk a little bit in a minute about that. One of the challenges is it's a social problem, and it's a philosophical problem to, along with labor, to implement some of the things that we're doing. But Travis buys in on that, and he understands the importance of what we're doing, and so he's willing to do some things that probably not everybody would do, and we'll talk about that in a minute. Alfredo Villalobos, we talked about track management for a second. That sounds really crazy. We're talking about water, what track management? But really, It's very important. That was a presentation that I did for the Master Irrigator program. And the thing about track management is for pivot irrigation, it's very important to be able to manage the depths on those tracks in order at the end of the season to be able to start and stop irrigation. Because I know you guys, we run 24/7, 7 days a week during the heavy irrigation season. And so when you've run that for 90 to 100 days, and then you get toward the end of the season and your crop is starting to mature, and you need to start to be able to shut off and then turn back on. That requires a lot of labor, and if your tracks aren't right, you're never going to make it. So we've done research when it talks about the different kinds of tires that we use on the farm, and then just making sure those are filled in the off season so that we can do those things without those pivots getting stuck, causing problems. Because then you're talking about a crop situation that can go downhill in a hurry, and that's a lot of dollars. So I remembered when everybody's talking about time limits and 2-minute limit, something that my grandmother once told me when I was starting to speak a little bit in church, at our little rural church we had. And she goes, Darren, she goes, I want you to remember something. She goes, you need to stand up to be seen, you need to speak up to be heard, and you need to shut up to be appreciated. So I will try to honor the time very carefully. I did take some notes because I want to keep on track. So I want to talk about specifically what we're doing. So a little bit of math or a little bit of fun facts. According to the USGS, the USGS, about 70% of freshwater withdrawals go to irrigation. That's a lot of water. Oklahoma ranks 22nd in the entire nation on irrigated land, so we're 22nd. The top 20 leading states accounted for 90% of the irrigated acres in the country, and all the other states amounted to about 10. So we almost made the top 20, but not quite. 85% of irrigation water in Oklahoma, the supply is from groundwater. So in my area, it's the Ogallala Aquifer. So it is a vitally important resource, which leads me to thank you. I appreciate the people of the Water Board, and I appreciate all of the people that are investing time and effort and actively seeking to try to preserve this precious resource for future generations. That's exceedingly important to me. I mean, my farm has been around for 105 years. 105 years continuous operation. So I like to stay I do it every time. So the two generations before me, my granddad and my dad, I stand on the shoulders of giants. Okay, that's my opinion. So I get to stand here today and do some of these things because of what they did before me. And that's what we're talking about here today a little bit. Senator Langford earlier, he mentioned generation and leadership and how that's got to continue on and change. So I'm trying to write my chapter in that. And I think that I've talked to older people that knew my granddad because he was gone when I was fairly young. And people talked about, well, he had an act to see around the bend. Well, in my experience, I don't think anybody has a crystal ball. And what I've learned is that he didn't have foresight. He didn't have an ability to see something nobody else could. But you know what he did have? He had beyond sight because he could see beyond himself. He saw beyond to his son, my dad, and he saw beyond to me. And so I'm going to keep that going forward. And that's one of the reasons it's important to me to talk about that a little bit, because that's why we do some of the things that we do on the farm. And it's a philosophical thing, but it's also vitally important to the continued health of my operation. If I want to be, and I want to set it up for the next 100 years, we have to think about these issues. So another thank you I want to mention really quick is the Panhandle Irrigators Association. I've been involved with those guys, and just outstanding people to be around and to challenge you, to question you, to push you. And so it's been a great group, and we've had a good ability to come down here and make an impact and to get our voices heard. So I wanted to mention that. So now let's get to the main things We need to really get down to the meat of what, I want to talk to you about the 4 main things that we're doing today, and we'll be brief about it. But one is LEPA pivot systems. So if you go back to even when I was a kid, okay, the vast majority of what we did was flood irrigation. So we'd string out the pipe and we'd let the water run down the rows. And, you know, we don't have water running in ditches and lakes in the Panhandle anymore because we don't waste the water like we used to when we did that. But at the time, that was the best we had. So that system was probably close to 60% efficient if you were really good at it. And then we had surge valves that maybe improved that a little bit. But today, with the systems that we're using today, we're probably pushing 95%. We just did a study. The Oklahoma State University came out and we did what's called a study of uniformity of the system and then how efficient that was. It's interesting because on the one that we just did literally a couple weeks ago, we put the catch cans down, we ran the pivot over the top, and we compared what the pivot is designed to put out and what we're pumping compared to what those catch cans caught. Well, we were about 17%. We're missing about 17%. So here I'm talking about 95% efficient, but yet in that particular case it was 17. Well, here's the situation with that. So that was in a situation where we were looking at applying that water on just crop stover. So the drops here are 2 feet off the ground. Well, they're open. There's not anything up above those drops to shelter the wind. And we had a pretty windy day. And sure enough, in that particular circumstance, we were losing a little bit more. Now, as the season goes along, and very quickly in the season, the corn, even milo, soybeans will get up into those drops. That's why we put them way down low, okay? And we use a very coarse spray. Once that canopy comes up, well, then you have the blocking of the wind, and so you lower your evaporation. And so then the efficiency of that picks up. But vastly more efficient than what we used to do. We're producing an incredibly amount, a larger production with less water. And it's really an astounding. And so here's our math. So take out your phone. So it's probably going to shock some of you. So years ago, let's just go back to even the time where we had less efficient irrigation systems, and we had wells that we were common 30 years ago, maybe 700 gallon a minute. So plug 700, okay, times, that's 700 gallon a minute that system's pumping on a quarter-mile system, times 60, that's 42,000 gallons an hour, times 24. That's 1 million gallons a day. That is 700 gallon a minute. That was very common not that long ago. Today, the vast majority of my systems are down to 500 and we're producing the same amount of crop or more. So now if you take 500 times 60 times 24, 720. That's pretty good gain, isn't it? So I do that to illustrate the fact that, one, it's shocking how much water it really takes. If you think about doing that for 90 days, times 720,000 gallons a day, times about 30 pivots on my farm. So we are driving, and we have a stated goal to get to 250 bushel corn at 400 gallon a minute. That's what we want to try to do. That's an immediate goal that we're trying to work on within the next 5 years. And we've made progress on that already by using some of these systems, but that's just the start, and we'll talk about some of the other stuff here on the future things. So we've made a lot of progress with the systems. The other thing that we use is telemetry on our pivot systems. So also on this phone, I have an app. It's called FieldNet. There are others, but this is the one that I use most of the time. And on this app, and I know this is very hard to see, I should have had a video of it, but on this app, every single one of my pivots I can see. I know when they're running. I know if they stop. I know how much water they're putting on. I can speed them up, slow them down, reverse them, stop them, start them. I can do anything I want to do right here on this phone. So what that has done for us on water conservation is, before we were checking wells twice a day. Well, now we're down to checking them once a day, but the thing about it is, as long as that pivot's running, I know it's running. The minute it stops, the minute something goes wrong with it, we get a text. All of us on the farm get a text. So you remember when I was telling you about 42,000 gallons a minute? Well, think about 8 o'clock in the evening when we're finally making our final rounds, and hey, everything's running, and we go in. Thing goes down 30 minutes later. Okay, we're rolling at 6, that's still 10 hours. If we start on one end of the farm and go to the other, we might be a couple hours getting there. So maybe that thing sat there for 10 or 12 hours in one spot. That's never going to happen on our farm. And that goes back to also a philosophical issue, and you have to have the people that are working with you believe in what you're doing. Because as I mentioned Travis before, our irrigation foreman, he's like, Darren, I'm going out at 2 o'clock in the morning. If it texts me, I'll go out. I'll go shut it down, because I'd rather do that than waste the water and deal with the mess the next morning. But not everybody thinks that way. So there's our social issue that I want to keep pushing, keep driving. That's what the panhandle irrigators do. We're trying to create that critical force to keep that driving forward, because that's easy. That's low-hanging fruit right there to grab that. And so just that alone has, just the waste has cut. We don't have it on our farm. I mean, because we go right then. We shut it down and we'll go address it another time. So telemetry, that has helped us a lot. Also, what that is doing is there's no saying you can't manage what you don't measure. Well, these tools have made me much more aware of just how much we're putting on, when we're doing it, how evenly distributed it is in the field, because it keeps track of all that, and I can create reports at the end of the year to show that. And these systems help me do that. The other thing, because I'm going to run out of time here, minimum strip till. So when I moved back, I took back over the farm full-time in 2007. My dad was pretty much old school. He did what he knew. I mean, he led it through his time, and he was pretty much conventional till. I literally had a farm sale because I was going to commit to it. So I'm not saying I don't till some. I'm not saying I'm completely no, but with the strip till in the irrigated acres, what that allows us to do is accurately place our fertilizer, and we have one tillage trip over that field of the year. That's it. Well, that leaves all the cover. We're cutting 250 to 70 bushel corn at times. That's a lot of stover. We go through that one time, and then we plant. That right there, and this is Troy. I got to give Troy credit for this. We were talking about the value of that residue on the surface. And he's like, Darren, I think it's $100 an acre. And that sounds crazy, right? It's just stubble. Well, I can tell you, I told him one time, I said, you didn't get it right because your number is too low. I think it's worth more than that. Because if you think about our most limiting resource, I just told you we had 1.5 inches of rain in the last 110 days, 120 days. Every ounce of water that we get, we want to keep. And you can take the difference between bare soil and that soil that's covered that heavy corn stover. That's a huge difference. That's a huge amount of money, the water that we are saving, and it's money that we're saving in the operation. So that's why we did those. We implemented that as well. The other thing is the moisture probes. We tacked on, so I'm paying attention to the waste with the telemetry, what we're doing there. So the next thing that we introduced was moisture probes. And so these probes, there's many manufacturers. I'm using AquaSpy. That's not a plug, because there's lots of really good manufacturers. It's really kind of a Ford and Chevy kind of thing, right? But this moisture probe is 4 feet deep, and it has a sensor every 4 inches. And it senses the crop root growth. It senses every irrigation pass that goes over. It senses all your rain events. And it's also on my phone. I have an app. I can see every one of them in all the fields that I place them around in the field. And so that right there, I learned that I wasn't quite as good as what I thought I was. I thought I was pretty good. You know, we're using high efficiency sprinklers. We're shutting off and on. We're saving water because of those situations. But What that did is it gave me much more accurate information. I mean, it's real time. And also, because of the way that it senses your root growth, and then if you have an irrigation event, and it literally shows us, like, it's got like a fuel gauge, and it shows you how deep your roots are, and it'll show you how deep a penetration that you got off of an irrigation event. So if you've got roots that are, so let's say it's toward the beginning of the season, you're only about 1 foot deep, and you've just watered 2 feet deep, that's probably not real efficient. Now we see that, right? That brought that to my attention more than I had ever, it just brought it to the forefront of my attention. So that's helping me schedule to tailor the irrigation for the crop stage and to be more efficient. And they've literally, they're expensive. They're $1,500 a pop, and I've got 16 of them on my farm that I place strategically around. So, and it's $600 every year to run them, just for the subscription and to keep, put them in and out and to have the subscription so you can get the data. But if we get a rain event, what is 1, 2, 3 days extra being off worth? And how much water does that save? Because I'll guarantee you, as a farmer, if you don't have that data, what are you going to do? You're going to be cautious. You don't want your crop to burn up. That's big dollars that you're out there. That's your livelihood. But it's given me the confidence to say, hey, I can see what it's doing. I can see what the crop needs. I can look at the weather in the future, and I can stay off another day. What's kind of fascinating is other farmers, hey, what are your probes saying? They'll say, and they'll notice me staying off. You're not starting back up. Are you shutting off after that rain? Yes, sir, I am. So it's, it's a seed, right? But new technology is difficult. It's another thing to watch. It's another thing to do. It's another expense. It's something different. Am I right on time? Okay. So the moisture probes have really helped me take that to the next level. And I'm just hitting the highlights of what really they can do. But I want to talk just a few things about future opportunities, okay? So the one, because we have some barriers to some of this technology, and one of them is what I just talked about, the low-hanging fruit of us going out, we get a text, we go out and shut down a well. Well, not everybody wants to get out of bed at 2 o'clock in the morning and do that. Not everybody's people that work for them want to do that, like mine will do. And I take a rotation of that. I'm part of that. So for the future, we need to be looking at telemetry, and there's systems that will do it, but they're complex. But we need a better way to be able to shut down those automatic. Because if I could pick up a text and see that sprinkler is out of line and I need to shut that well down, what do you think the adoption rate's going to be if I can click a button and we can slow that well down and shut it off versus I got to get on my boots, I got to go out in the middle of the night, and I got to go shut it down? You see, so that barrier there to adoption of that technology, right? So it's a social problem. And it's also just a technology problem. To put that, if you have electrification of your wells, if you're running electric wells, that kind of system is fairly simple and straightforward to do. But we don't run very many electric wells out there. Why? Because it's 3 times as expensive on electricity than it is to run natural gas. And we have an abundant source of natural gas in the Panhandle. So, and electricity is just outrageous. I mean, it would cost me 3 times a month. The fuel cost compared to the electricity charge, easily be 3 times. So I'm looking forward to exploring ways that we can actually shut off a natural gas motor. And the trick about that is, well, that's easy, right? You just hit a button and shut it off. Well, it's not quite so simple when you're out there, because what happens is you've got, let's say you're running that 600 gallon a minute, you're running a 200 horsepower motor at 1800 RPM, and you're pulling an 8-inch column of water. That's a lot of force just to go stop, boom. If you don't have a right angle gear head with a good sprag and a good ratchet plate that stops that, you know what's going to happen? Water goes crashing back down the hole, and your motor goes whoop, turns backwards. That's really, really bad on a $35,000 motor. So we go out, we gradually turn those down so we don't do that. And plus, it's hard on pumps and everything else in the hole. It's just hard. Okay, 2 minutes, good. Thank you for that. So, but slowing them down gradually is, just come and ask me about it. There's lots of nuances to get that done. Electrification would help us a lot. Okay, so the other thing pushing forward, like with the moisture probes, the other thing that the telemetry does with FieldNet, they have what's called FieldNet Advisor. And it's basically an algorithm-based water scheduling and irrigation scheduling. It takes into account the weather, what your pivot's doing, rain events, your upcoming weather. So we are experimenting with that, but it's still in its infancy because that is not reading the actual soil moisture like a probe was. So you have to have really hyper-accurate data and a good model to be able to do that. The good thing about that is it's less expensive and it's a lot easier to scale it up, okay? Because I can click buttons and scale that over the entire farm. Moisture probes, a lot more difficult. You got to install them and remove them. So that's something for the future. Cover crops is another thing that we're even considering, believe it or not, even in a dry climate. That's just something we're just beginning to experiment with. And then the other thing, and this is a big one, alternative crops. We have to push, we have to think about that. So it's not, I told you earlier that 250 bushel corn at 400 gallons on a sprinkler is what our goal, what we're driving to. That's a short term. Our long term goal is, okay, what other crops do we really need to do? Do we need to be considering cotton? I've actually raised cotton. Do we need to be considering hazelnut trees? We need to think outside the box. That's literally something my wife and I have researched. We haven't planted one yet, but we're looking at that because what's the point? We have to extract, we need to be able to extract every amount of economic value we can out of every drop because every drop is precious. So we need to be able to use less water in the future, and we're still driving that way. We got a long way to go yet. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Darren, and gosh, Bartlesville, I mean, just the cool projects. I'm so glad that we had these presentations today, and I think both of these, all three of these guys could have probably talked all day. So you know what? Next year, we need to plan a trip, road trip. We're going to go on farm and in city and just do a road trip for 2 days. So yeah, so again, congratulations. Okay, next up, we will continue our program. We've got 3 speakers before lunch. We'll have lunch at 3 o'clock, so no, right at noon. They've all promised me that they're going to keep us on track, and we don't want to make Kylie mad for sure. So I certainly want to thank Secretary Wagner as well. He actually rearranged a flight to be here today, so he had to run, but we certainly appreciate his work and his support. Continue on with the topic of sustainability of water supplies. I'd like to introduce Mr. Ethan Schuth, Senior Water Resource Manager for the Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma. Ethan works with federal, state, and local stakeholders with the Choctaw Nation to properly implement the historic Water Unity Agreement that Secretary Wagner mentioned. This includes managing a water quality program, evaluating drinking and wastewater infrastructure systems, developing hydrologic models, and evaluating potential drought vulnerabilities in local communities. So he works closely with communities. In addition, Ethan serves as a Choctaw Nation's primary investigator for the South Central Climate Adaptation Science Center. So welcome, Nathan. Can you speak more quickly than I did?
I'll do what I can.
Okay.
All right, good afternoon, or good morning, everyone. Oh, okay, we're good. All right, so my name's Ethan Schuth. I work for the Choctaw Nation, and today I'll be talking about sustainable water planning. So to start off, and my scientist in me gets really excited about definitions. So sustainability, what is it and why does it matter? So the UN Commission of Environment and Development defines sustainable development or sustainability as development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. UCLA Sustainability Committee describes it as, or defines it as, the integration of environmental health, social equity, and economic vitality in order to create a thriving, healthy, diverse, and resilient communities for this generation and generations to come. The practice of sustainability recognizes how these issues are interconnected and requires systems approach and acknowledgement of that complexity. And here at Choctaw Nation, we have a very similar definition of sustainability. That's the balance of preservation and utilization of our natural resources for the long-term benefit of the economy, environment, and the Choctaw culture that allows for an equitable, multi-generational access to those resources and their benefits. And the gentlemen sitting over here to my right have mentioned sustainability and the generational aspect. And that's something that's at the forefront of everything that Choctaw Nation does, and it's obviously in the forefront of everything you guys are doing. Because we want to make sure that there's water and natural resources that are available for not only us, but for the generations that come after us. So you could say, and it is at Choctaw Nation, a cultural value for sustainability. And a better way to understand sustainability is a replacement rate. So it's a whole systems recognition and thinking. So the best way to illustrate this is a bathtub. So if you get in the bathtub, you put the stopper in, you turn the water on, the water level comes up. You turn the water off, the water level becomes static. You get out, you unplug the stopper, and the water goes out. But for a systems replacement and that whole recognition of thinking is that if you were to fill the bathtub up to a certain level that you deemed necessary or preferable, and then what you do is you would open the valve that lets the water out and you turn the valve that lets the water in on at the same rate, and you would reach an equilibrium. And that's what sustainability is reaching an equilibrium that's beneficial for everyone currently and in the future. Here's another way to look at it as well, the 3 E's of that whole systems recognition. So economy, of course, everyone's always worried about the economy and how important it is that we have water to continue to drive our economy. We also want to make sure that we protect our environmental integrity because there's a lot of industries and economic value with those environmental aspects. And also equity, and that's going to be social equity, making sure that everyone has an equal shake at getting that water or getting that natural resource. And right in the middle is where sustainability lives. When we balance those 3 aspects together, we get sustainability. And also, a lot of people have always heard about the 3-legged stool, and this is the 3-legged stool of sustainability, where we have economy, environment, and equity. And those support a comfortable place to sit, which would be sustainability. And if you have a offset leg, or you might not have but 2 legs, you don't have a stool. And this also goes into economic growth. So economic growth can also be a 3-legged stool with the guise of sustainability behind it as well, because you need wet water to make sure you're continuing to grow and provide water to your constituents. You need the legally available water for appropriation, and you need the infrastructure to get it there. So if either of those legs or any of those legs are not there or might not be as equally sought after, then you can have potential issues with your economic growth. It could be lopsided, or it might not even be there. So moving on, the Choctaw Nation and the Chickasaw Nation have our essential water planning principles. And there's 7 of them, and they're on this graphic here. And the overarching ones that are tying all 7 together are unity and sustainability. And those are our Choctaw planning principles, and also our cultural value of sustainability is wrapped into this. So what we're doing is we're looking at urban needs, we're looking at town and rural needs, we're looking at drought defense, we're making sure that our agricultural producers are looked after, and we're making sure that our tourism sector is also being looked after, because we have a large tourism draw in southeastern Oklahoma. So you can think of unity and sustainability as the umbrella under which all these other aspects come and live and thrive. So with that, we'll move into what we're doing for water planning. So Choctaw Nation has done quite a few water supply studies. Our first one on the docket is our Bureau of Reclamation grant that we received. And we're focusing on Lake Durant and the Blue River. So we're looking at the firm yield of Lake Durant. We're looking at the infrastructural yield of the intake tower at Durant and the intake tower at the Blue River site. And we're also looking at the general availability and reliability of those resources to ensure that we have enough water to continue to grow in the city of Durant and the surrounding regions, because we are experiencing a large population growth, a large economic boom down there, which is fantastic for that region. We also received some PAS, Planning Assistance for States and Tribes money for Lake McAllister's water supply, which is Lake McAllister. We did a sediment survey on that lake, and we also did a firm yield analysis to understand how much sediments in the reservoir and the longevity of that reservoir. As another portion to that, we also did the Coal Creek arm of Lake Eufaula, which is the emergency water supply for the city of McAllister. And we also did the same, very similar sediment survey and firm yield analysis of the infrastructure that could get that water to the city in an emergency situation, with preliminary engineering designs to help make that facility more efficient and effective. Lake Wister is also a large water body in the Choctaw Nation Reservation, and we did a capacity assessment on that. So we did a sediment survey with a pre-impoundment surface to look at how much sedimentation has actually been occurring inside of that reservoir and to understand where it's located at. So that study was really interesting in showing that the majority of that sediment, which we thought was going to be quite broad distribution, was actually confined to the old river channel, and we did not see nearly as much sedimentation as we expected. The firm yield on that as well was completed to make sure that the PVIA, Potomac Valley Improvement Authority, was able to understand what their firm yield was so they could continue to provide water to their customers. And then we just recently received a BIA grant for our tribally significant lakes, so Lake Talawanda 1 and 2 in McAllister. So we're doing a watershed management study on those. So we're going to do a bathymetric survey, a sediment survey, a littoral survey, and then we're going to create a watershed management plan for the surrounding region to ensure that we look after those lakes in the proper way and make sure that the longevity of those lakes is looked after. All right, so disinfectant byproducts. I put this in here because sustainable planning, we need to make sure our raw water is high enough quality that our drinking facilities can treat it to a really good drinking standard, or to the drinkable standard. Excuse me. So in southeastern Oklahoma, we have a lot of instances of low alkalinity and high TOC, which is total organic carbon, or total dissolved organic carbon, which is detrimental to chlorination. And that chlorination, to get those byproducts, or to get those organics out, can cause the creation of your disinfectant byproducts. So those are commonly known as trihalomethanes, so those are going to be on the top part of the screen. Then you have your haloacetic acids. There's 5 of those, and those in the bottom bracket. And then you have your bromates and chlorides, which are just general constituents. And those are the most common families or groups of disinfectant byproducts that are occurring in southeastern Oklahoma. So we have a large issue with that, and we're trying to make sure that we're addressing it with our raw water supplies and to make sure that our customers out in southeastern Oklahoma are receiving high-quality water, drinking water. And another thing is why disinfectant byproducts an issue? Well, they're carcinogenic, even in small amounts, so we want to make sure that we're limiting that amount and we're not going above EPA's set standards. So EPA did put a stage 2 disinfectant byproduct rule to restrict those maximal concentration limits on the disinfectant byproducts, and that's caused a major issue with some of our facilities being able to meet those standards, because previously it did not require as much technical expertise, but technical aspects and technical equipment than it does now, and it's getting more and more expensive to do any and all of that type of treatment. So Choctaw Nation, we have just assisted the City of Antlers, Tallahena, Wilburton, PVI, which is Potomac Valley Improvement Authority, and Sardis Lake Water Authority with preliminary engineering reports with recommendations and operational changes to assist them in addressing that issue. And currently, we are working with Burns & McDonald on a disinfectant byproduct study similar to the previous ones with Atoka Rural Water District number 4, Pushmataha number 3, and the City of Idabel with those preliminary engineering and recommendations. So everyone thinks that southeastern Oklahoma is, lush and green all the time, but we do experience droughts, just like the rest of the state. And those droughts can be devastating to our communities down there. So we've also started doing drought contingency planning. So currently, we received a BIA grant to focus on our infrastructural vulnerabilities in the Broken Bow water treatment facility. So we're making sure that we're going in and developing an implementable plan to address drought vulnerabilities revolving around infrastructural aspects. And we're also developing a strategy for Broken Bow and their consecutive connections to put in place during the study and then afterwards to ensure that there's enough water available for all customers to access it. So we're starting this in 2 weeks in the middle of December, and it'll be a year-long study. Choctaw Nation has also been blessed to do some regionalization projects in our area. So this project started before I was on with the Choctaw Nation, but it finished up as I came on, and it was a fantastic project. We utilized PAST money, Planning Assistance for States and Tribes, to look at potential regionalization of communities inside of Choctaw Nation Reservation. So we worked with 7 different communities. That would be PVIA, Talihina, Wilburton, Sardis Lake Water Authority, Spiro, McCurtain County Rural Water District number 6 and number 8. So what we wanted to look at is whether or not having a centralized plant providing water to all these communities was feasible and was something that could actually be completed. So we put that in, and the information came back, and we understood that it might not be as feasible as we once thought. It was kind of cost prohibitive due to the large capital influx of money we'd have to build the plant and build additional pump stations to traverse the topography in that region. So we started looking at alternatives, and those alternatives were interconnections among existing systems. And those existing systems, shown on the graphic on the right, if you look at the green, which is definitely hard to see, that's the new piping. So we need 10.5 miles of new piping to actually create a loop through the entirety of these systems. And this could provide autonomy to those systems, which all these systems were very, very adamant about keeping that autonomy. And it also would increase our drought and supply resiliency. So another thing that Choctaw Nation has been doing in the sustainable planning aspect is looking at the economics of water. So Secretary Wagner had mentioned that we are involved with the Chickasaw Nation and the state of Oklahoma evaluating the Blue River, and that's what we're doing right now. And we are excited and finding some really cool preliminary information. So what we're doing is we're evaluating all the usages in the river, both consumptive and non-consumptive. So that includes industry, municipalities, anybody utilizing water through a pipe, irrigators, and the non-consumptive users as well. So recreational value, land value that owners have that abut the river and that riparian area. So we're looking at all aspects of the economics of water in the Blue River. And we're creating an overall framework for future work. And that leads us into the Kiamichi River. So we're slated to start a similar study on the Kiamichi River, looking at those usages, both consumptive and non-consumptive, and their economic impact. And it will also allow us to do a refinement of the evaluation framework that we've created. So in doing that, I think it's really important to mention that the Blue River is a perennial river. So it emanates from the Arbuckle-Simpson Aquifer, and it has a pretty steady base flow year-round. The Kiamichi River Valley and the Kiamichi River itself are solely reliant on precipitation events in the upper headwaters of that river system. And there's been historical data in the Antlers Gauge, which is in the bottom part of that basin, where there have been little to no flow for certain periods of time, and definitely during drought events. So we're gonna have to refine how we evaluate the value of water in the Kiamichi River versus the Blue River. So that moves us on to in-stream flows and sustainable flows. And that's something that was brought up earlier as well. I think it's vitally important that everyone listening, everyone here in the room understands that in-stream flows and sustainable flows are not taking water off the table, by no means. And I think the definition here is most important. They are the quantity, quality, and timing of flows required to sustain freshwater ecosystems and those who depend upon them. That is non-consumptive users, that's consumptive users, that's everyone. And another large issue that I see that comes up multiple times is, well, you just want to continually have water in the stream, and that's not what this is doing. What in-stream flows are meant to do is to limit potential disruptions, not enhance flow by any means. So if the Kiamichi River Valley and the Kiamichi River itself go dry once every 10 years, that's the way nature intended it, and those ecosystems and users have adapted. What we don't want to do is increase that frequency to once every 5 years or once every other year. That could detrimentally impact those ecosystems and the people that rely on that water. So how do we figure out what an in-stream flow is, and how do we determine what it should be? Well, you start off by setting goals. What's our goal? Our goal is to make sure we protect X, Y, and Z. Then you do a technical evaluation of those requirements. So you look at the hydrology, hydraulics, biology, geomorphology, the physical processes, and water quality. But I think there's a piece here that's missing, and I think that Secretary Wagner hit it on it quite well, is that we need to start looking at the economic impacts of water. That's a huge issue and a huge impact to what an in-stream flow should be and could be. And then after you do all your technical evaluations, you go to your stakeholders and ask what their inclinations are for that. Then you put all your information into a scientific model, and it spits out a range of numbers that then you can utilize to implement. And these could be through voluntary measures, these could be through regulatory measures, these could be any type and form of implementation. But also I think it's important to remember that you need adaptive management. What we know today is going to change by tomorrow. And by the time we figure out what we will know tomorrow, it's already obsolete. So putting an adaptive management aspect in there of 10 or 20% to say, well, we can take more water out of the system and not detrimentally impact it, or we can leave more in it and it won't do either or. So it's definitely vitally important to have an adaptive management aspect when you go into this. So in closing, I'd like to say, wow. Sustainable water management encourages economic growth, preserves ecological integrity, and increases social equity. Wow, sustainable water planning initiatives vary. Our state is one of the most diverse states in the U.S. We have the largest precipitation gradient, and as we saw yesterday from the professor from OU, and we have one of the largest temperature gradients as well. So what works in southeastern Oklahoma might not work in northwestern Oklahoma, and vice versa. But we can all strive to be more sustainable. And here at Choctaw Nation, we are committed to promoting sustainable water management practices. And how? How are we doing all this? It's continued tribal, state, and local partnering. Without our partners, we would not be able to do what we do now. We need as much unity and sustainable aspects brought to the table so everyone can have their voice heard and understand what's going on. So we also need legislative support to fund economic and technical studies. And we need continued community and stakeholder support. And now, right now, we need legislative action to support the implementation of sustainable practice. And I say support, not force, because we'll understand in the end that sustainable practices are far more ecologically and economically vital and vibrant. We also need accurate water balance determinations to make informed decisions. We need to make sure that we're looking at the entire equation and not just part of it, so we make sure that we get a correct answer. And then, of course, the largest and best thing that we need to do now is education. Education on what sustainability is and what it means. In closing, I'll leave you with this quote: "Progress is impossible without change, and those who cannot change anything." Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, Ethan. You know, as Secretary Wagner mentioned, you know, we've been working for a couple of years now, meeting and really trying to tackle these difficult issues. And the in-stream flow issue is certainly one that we need to work through very carefully. I think from the in-stream flow working group out of the comprehensive water plan, the number one thing brought up every time was how much water is needed and what does that do to the economy. So we do recognize, obviously, those flows matter, but we have to walk very, very carefully through any changes in our law or practice. But I certainly appreciate all the work that you all are doing. We don't often get to hear it. I know the tribal agreement actually has us meeting a couple times a year, so we're doing that, I think, this month, right? So finally got that on the book. So we're very excited to work with the Choctaw and Chickasaw tribes. So next we will hear from Mr. Brandon Bowman. We heard he was a trader, apparently, DEQ for 22 years, and now he has recently joined the Oklahoma Rural Water Association. He's responsible for implementing the association's local assistance sustainability contract. So with that, I will turn it over to Brandon. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Good morning, everybody. Like Secretary Wagner said, I was with DEQ for 22 years and then switched and joined the Oklahoma Rural Water Association family. My name's Brandon Bowman. I'm ORWA Programs Manager, and I'd like to express our appreciation to Director Cunningham for the opportunity to come talk with you guys a little bit about sustainability and the top issues impacting sustainability for Oklahoma's small water and wastewater systems. I thought Ethan did an excellent job in defining sustainability. I think that's one of the best definitions I've ever heard. Let me tell you just a little bit about ORWA. If you don't know who we are one of the largest providers of training and technical assistance to water and wastewater systems in the state of Oklahoma. We cover the entire state, from Kenton to Broken Bow, from Hollis to Quapaw, and all points in between. We do specialize in rural and small systems. That's our bailiwick. That's where we work. And we focus on rural and small town Oklahoma. I firmly believe that the strength of Oklahoma and the strength of our nation lies in its rural and small town areas. This photo here, this is from Poto, my hometown. I grew up in small town Oklahoma. You know, I understand and I appreciate the honesty, the work ethic, you know, the appreciation of hard work, the desire to help your fellow person that comes from rural and small town Oklahoma. And if you tell the truth be told, all of Oklahoma is small town Oklahoma. But the lifeblood of that strength is our small town and our rural water and wastewater systems. Nothing else can touch public health on a daily basis like a water system. You know, nothing else can provide economically sound and environmentally sound treatment of wastewater like a wastewater treatment system. And we can do this at an affordable cost compared to what a property owner may have to do if they were having to treat water for drinking and their wastewater on their own property. But not only that, but small water and wastewater systems are economic engines. We drive economic growth in these areas. I think it was said yesterday, probably by Senator Yek, that if you want economic growth, if you want housing, industry, agriculture to flourish, you first have to have water and wastewater treatment. Water and wastewater treatment comes first. So these small systems, rural water districts, small water and wastewater systems are vitally important for our rural and small town areas in the state. For these systems, sustainability is critical. Sustainability is important for all systems, whether they're big or they're small. But when I'm out talking with systems and we're talking about sustainability, most of the time they're thinking about, well, efficient use of water. And that's terrific, right? But it involves so much more than that. Sustainability, it depends on three primary factors. These are called the three pillars of capacity development: technical capacity, managerial capacity, and financial capacity. And all of these factors are important for supporting sustainability of small systems. You know, for technical capacity, we're talking about source water adequacy, infrastructure adequacy, the training and the skill set of your operators and of your management staff. Managerial capacity, we're talking about educated and engaged board members. We're talking about being effectively and efficiently staffed. Do you have enough people to operate your system? Effective external linkages, that's communication. Communication is vitally important for supporting sustainability of water and wastewater systems. Financial capacity, revenue sufficiency. You know, it is incredibly important that a water system and a wastewater system charge an appropriate rate to completely fund operation of the system. If you're not fully funded, you are not going to achieve sustainability. Creditworthiness and fiscal management and controls, all of these factors come together to support system sustainability. And it's like the three-legged stool. You have to devote time and energy to each leg of the stool or it's not stable, right? So it's so much more than just efficient use of water. And the goal is sustainability, and sustainability in multiple environments. You know, when we're thinking about sustainability, most of the time, this is kind of what we're familiar with. It's the water cycle. We're familiar with this. Yes, so efficient use of water, efficient and effective treatment of wastewater is contributed to sustainability. But we do not exist in a vacuum. Water systems and wastewater systems, sometimes they think they're a kingdom unto themselves and that I don't have any neighbors to worry about, right? Nothing could be further from the truth. We're all in this together. We are all here together. We have neighbors. We have neighboring systems that we have to work together with. We have to cooperate with. Too much money and time has been thrown away in the court system between water systems suing each other for things that could have been easily resolved with good relationships. You know, if you have a good relationship, you're not going to end up providing water service to a customer who may approach you, but it actually lies in a different systems area. Or, you know, with a good relationship, you're working together to understand which water rights you have and which one that your neighbor has so that you can work together. And you don't have to end up decades in the courts suing each other, trying to figure this disagreement out, right? We also live in an economic environment. Fuel prices fluctuate. Chemical prices, they go up and they go down. Power costs go up and go down. You know, to be sustainable, we teach systems, you have to be aware of this. You have to plan for it. You have to have an appropriate financial account set aside. So if fuel prices double or triple, I can absorb that and I can keep operating. You know, you need to be aware of supply chain issues. Past year, we've had difficulty locating chlorine for many of our systems. We want systems to be aware of that, stay on top of that, be aware of what's going on. Sustainability involves being able to cope with these supply chain issues, have adequate stock on hand so that you can survive. Also, we exist in a social environment. Sustainability is incredibly important here. We live in the day and the age of social media. And we teach systems, if you want to be sustainable, you need to take advantage of social media to communicate to your customers. You want your customers on your side. You want your customers to hear from you about what's going on with your water system. Because if you're not out there telling your story, someone else is out there telling your story. You want to take control of the narrative. You want to explain where you're succeeding. You want to talk about the challenges you're having, you as a water system, to your customers via social media. You either control the narrative or you're controlled by the narrative, and you want to control that narrative, and that's critically important to system sustainability. We also exist in a political environment. I'm standing here in the state capitol today to giving this presentation to you guys. Laws are changing. Regulations are changing. The lead and copper rule is being revised, and it's coming. We teach systems, if you want to be sustainable, you need to be aware of the changes in rules and regulations that are coming so that you can, instead of having to be reactive, you can be proactive, support sustainability. So these are the kind of things that we talk about. So let me switch gears a little bit. I think between Ethan and I, we've done a pretty good job of defining what sustainability is and why it's important to systems. Let's talk about some of the things that are impacting sustainability as we see them today. I think the primary issue is grow houses. They've been talked a lot about yesterday and today. The last that I've heard and read, that Oklahoma has almost 9,000 medical marijuana grow houses in the state. They're in every county, and that is 10 times more than is located in any other state. And if there's anything that we know and that we've seen now, talking to our membership and to water systems, is that a grow house has a significant and complicated impact on a water system. It has a significant impact because of the high levels of demand that come from a grow house. You know, growing a cannabis plant can take up to 2 gallons per plant per day. And what we're seeing is out in rural water districts or in small town systems where once was a family farmhouse, where once may have been a pasture tap, and usage was maybe 4,000 to 6,000 to 8,000 gallons a month. Someone will purchase a property, someone will construct a grow house, and water usage will go from that small amount to 75,000 gallons a month, 100,000 gallons a month, 200,000 gallons a month. And if you were designed, if the system was set up to provide residential water usage, 4,000 to 6,000 to 8,000 gallons a month, and you suddenly increase it by a factor of 100, you're going to have outages. You're going to have low pressure events going on in these places, and you're going to have upset customers. So it's having a significant impact, but it's a complicated impact. The situation I described to you is happening in some places, but in other places, the water system has the infrastructure to supply the water to a grow house, and the grow house is actually a source of much needed revenue. They're happy. Hey, I can, you know, we are suddenly getting the revenue we need to do infrastructure upgrades. This is terrific. So having a complicated impact means we can't just, you know, grow house bad, stop all grow houses. But so it has a significant and complicated impact. So how we're working with water systems is to, okay, this is what we're going to have to do. We need to ensure that you have fair and equitable access to water for all your customers. So you need to look at your bylaws. You need to look at your user agreements so that you can put some control on your high volume users, yet ensure that everyone has fair and equitable access, all right? We talk with systems about putting in advanced metering, AMR, AMI, so that you can better understand the demands of these high volume users and better control what's going on. And we also talk about looking at your rates. If you're having a high volume user that is impacting your system to a greater degree than others, they should pay their fair share of the impact to the infrastructure. So this is how we're working with systems to mitigate this significant and complicated impact. Next issue impacting small system sustainability is cybersecurity. My friends at OKISEC say it's not if a system is going to have a cybersecurity attack, it's a matter of when. The criminals that are out there that are perpetrating these attacks, they don't care if you're a large system or if you're a small system. You are vulnerable. There are threats from just your regular run-of-the-mill criminals. There's threats from enemy nation states, inside attacks, hacktivists. It's scary to think we're all of these potential bad actors that could be influencing the IT systems on my water system. And the attacks, there's different kinds. We've seen ransomware installed. We've seen compromised customer billing systems, disruption of water supply, and potential contamination events. Cybersecurity is a huge issue, particularly because as systems develop and we're using the Internet of Things, we have SCADA systems, we have online billing and remote control. The threat is there. ORWA with our friends at NRWA and Mission Critical Global Alliance and OKISEC have got together, and we have 5 things that we're recommending systems do, 5 steps that you take immediately to reduce your risk. Number 1, remove insecure remote access. Software like remote desktop, team viewer, that's all great, but it has no place on a SCADA system, not in a water supply. Perform a risk assessment. Take a look at your IT systems. Are your computer systems running Windows 98? You know, do you not have antivirus installed on your computer systems? Do you have a Wi-Fi network with no firewall? You can't patch the holes if you don't know where the holes are. Take a look at it. Raise awareness. Talk with your employees. Talk with your operators. Talk with your billing staff. When I was with DEQ, the OMES, I thought they did an outstanding job of putting on cybersecurity training for all of us state employees. It was called SEAT training. But what it did was just make you aware of the issues that you could face, the problems. You know, it taught you a little bit about phishing attacks. So you understand that this unusual email attachment's coming in that looks like a bill. Am I expecting a bill from OG&E? My power's from OEC. So you're aware that attacks come in like that. Securing user accounts and reviewing your leavers process. Unfortunately, one of the major holes in cybersecurity is from disgruntled employees or former employees. So if you need to look at your leavers process. If you have, when people they move on to different jobs or if they're terminated, you need to have a policy of immediately cutting off their access and collecting their electronics, all right? Not everyone is a bad actor, but you just can't take that risk. So these are the steps that we're recommending people put into place now to reduce your risk. Now, we think that water systems need to work with cybersecurity professionals, but until you can do that, take these 5 steps, reduce risk, protect your sustainability. Aging infrastructure. A lot of our small systems, small municipal systems, a lot of our rural water districts are decades old in Oklahoma. It's not uncommon to find portions of systems that are 100 years old. And you know, they were built decades ago. Systems that were built to the standards of decades ago sometimes have problem keeping up with the water quality and quantity standards of today, all right? You know, there's increasing regulations and costs, increasing number of complexity and threats. So, you know, how do we solve this problem? Well, one of the issues, we throw money at it. Let's invest in our infrastructure. That's great, but to get a better idea of where your weaknesses are and the condition of your system, you need to implement asset management. We work with systems to get a good asset management plan in place. Asset management is essentially, it's applied common sense for operating a water system. You're going to take an inventory of all your infrastructure. You're going to take a look at its condition, its useful life, the cost to replace it, and the probability and likelihood of failure. And what you end up with is what's called a criticality chart. I love a criticality chart because if, let's say, you go to a water system and you ask them, hey, what is your most critical asset? What is the one thing that if you have a limited amount of money, what do you need to focus on repairing so your system does not go down? And if they're not doing asset management, what you're going to get is whatever the most visible, worn out portion of the system it is. Maybe it's just a tower, right? Well, perhaps that is the most critical asset, perhaps it isn't. It may instead be this buried, 8-inch line that's 70 years old and it's been patched multiple times, that if it goes down, the entire system goes down. And because it's not very visible, it's not drawing that much attention. So if you want to understand which portion of your system needs the time and attention above all others, you need a criticality analysis and you need to conduct asset management. Other parts of our water systems and wastewater systems are getting old too. Our workforce is aging. The Brookings Institution said that 44% of our water and wastewater workforce is 45 years old or older. Up to 50% could retire in the next 10 years. That would be a brain drain. We're going to lose a lot of institutional knowledge. And our small systems in particular have trouble recruiting and hiring qualified individuals to make up for this loss. So to help out with this, ORWA has put together an apprenticeship program. We partner with small systems that are needing to hire someone. We partner with the Department of Labor and help recruit qualified individuals to come in, to train, to learn how to operate this system that may be in a small town, may be rurally located, to make a career out of it. We work together, we work with the system, we support part of the wages this person is paid to make this a career for them, to help them put down roots, all right? Because working in the water and wastewater industry is a great job. On average, working in the water and wastewater industry pays better than other fields, and the barriers to entry are lower. You don't have to go to college and accumulate a bunch of debt to become a water operator. Now, there's a lot of on-the-job training, but it's a good career, and our apprenticeship program is supporting that. The final issue impacting sustainability is just the small size of a lot of our systems. I think we could all agree that 2020 was a year unlike any other. Am I right? We saw reduced revenue. We saw people losing their jobs, and we saw shut-off moratoriums. If you didn't pay your bill, the system is not able to do a shut-off until you pay your bill. All of this is impacting financially our small water and wastewater systems. The smaller systems have it's more difficult for them to absorb these financial shocks than our larger systems. And you end up with perhaps operators out sick, so you have people wearing multiple hats. They have more jobs than they could possibly do, and they get stressed out. One of the ways that we're working against that is cooperation. Now, sometimes if you have small systems, a regionalization or consolidation project is the way to go. I was really excited, Ethan, to hear about the work you guys were doing with the PVIA in Southeast Oklahoma. Sometimes that's the way to go. You have systems joined together, you get economies of scale, you get access to more revenue, more capital. It helps out. But regionalization is a hard sell, particularly with our small water and wastewater systems. It's difficult. Systems don't want to give up that autonomy. So what we say is there's a range of things that systems can do. You don't have to regionalize. Maybe you just want to have a mutual aid agreement put in place. Our Sooner Warn program is essentially a formalized form of mutual aid. And we encourage systems to join Sooner Warn so that you can work together. If the system here, they have a 6-inch clamp and it's Sunday afternoon, they don't have one, part of Sooner Warn sends out the call, the communication network sends out that message, someone else may have one. They can hot shot it to you, get you back in operations. It's voluntary, but it's systems helping systems, and it helps small systems cope with these issues that we're seeing. Just a shout out here to Secretary Wagner. I appreciate him giving us a shout out. A lot of the work that we're doing supporting sustainability is via the Oklahoma Strategic Alliance. It's our partnership, Oklahoma Rural Water Association, Oklahoma Water Resources Board, Department of Environmental Quality, Oklahoma Municipal League, and I'm sure I'm missing somebody. Anyway, we have come together and we work together to help small water and wastewater systems. I'm really proud to be part of the Oklahoma Strategic Alliance. Coming together like we do, it reduces communication barriers. It speeds up the transfer of knowledge and information, and we share resources to help small systems in the state. This is an example of some of the work that we've done. Over the past year, completed 28 water loss audits, identified 1.5 billion gallons a year of loss valued at over $4 million. We did leak detection at 6 systems, identified 47 leaks, saving 167 million gallons valued at $268,000. This is just this year. Rate analysis, we've done 17, increased operating ratio an average of 20%, and increased revenue of $623,000 going back into system budgets. We do all kinds of other things, operation and maintenance plans, emergency response plans, financial policies, board training, you name it. And all of it is free to any water or wastewater system that wants to sign up. The value of that, $653,000 to systems. Over the life of the work that we've been doing over the past 4 or 5 years, the return on investment is $6 to every dollar that the state has invested in programs that the Strategic Alliance is doing. The Department of Commerce is saying that we're on target to have $12 of direct economic benefit for every dollar invested by the state legislature. I think it's outstanding. I'm not trying to brag here. What I'm trying to say, though, is if you invest in sustainability, not only does it have an environmental benefit, it has an economic benefit. It makes financial sense to be sustainable. All right, folks. There's a water system out there, wastewater system out there. If you're interested in working with us in the Strategic Alliance, this is my contact information. Hit me up. Be glad to sign you up. Thank you, folks.
Brandon is always passionate, always inspirational. We certainly appreciate your work and our partnership, and always have. So we certainly like that. Okay, last but not least, between us and lunch, Oklahoma Municipal League is here. Sorry, I'm kind of getting hungry. Next, we will hear from Mr. Mike Fina, Executive Director with the Oklahoma Municipal League. Mike worked with the state in multiple agencies for 10 years prior to launching a consulting agency mostly focused on regulatory government. He also served as a councilman and mayor for his hometown of Piedmont. Mike accepted the position of Executive Director for OML in 2017. He's proud to work with all 586 cities and towns in Oklahoma. So Mike, come on up.
Well, the good news is my comments are brief, so thank you for having me. I've come to this conference over the years through several different governors, but I've never actually spoken at the conference, so this is the first for me. Happy to be here. Today I'm just going to talk about ARPA. It seems to be the only subject that I talk about these days. It's the only thing on any municipality's mind right now. But we are in the thick of getting money out to every municipality in the state. But let me go back and tell you a little bit of history, because to really understand ARPA, you have to understand the CARES Act that came before that. We worked very hard on both of those bills at the federal level. Oklahoma, along with 48 other state leagues, lobbied Congress very hard for that money. And how I would characterize the two bills is that the CARES Act was more for state government, and ARPA was more for local government, and that really reflected in how we lobbied at Capitol Hill. The previous administration, they were more focused on getting money directly to the states. We didn't see the benefit as much. I'm not saying we didn't at all, but not as much from the CARES Act funds. So we worked hard on the ARPA, and our success, I would say, in CARES was mild success, and then I would say in ARPA it was wildly successful. And it left us with somewhat of a problem, because a couple of things that we asked for is that we get direct appropriations to all of our municipalities and our counties rather than that money stopping somewhere at the state. Because, and you guys know this that have dealt with grant money, every time a pot of money makes a stop at an agency, there's some kind of fee that comes off of it, and then all of it never truly reaches our local level. And we didn't want that to happen with the ARPA funds. So it left a problem when they actually agreed to do that the United States Treasury just didn't have the capacity to get that out. I mean, in Oklahoma, it's 586 municipalities now. Think about that for all states and all U.S. territories who all receive direct appropriation. And every single municipality, city, town, village across the country has an appropriation in the bill. So we just didn't have the infrastructure to get that money out. So we worked with the state, and the state has been an incredible partner on this in just at the municipal level. And I suppose I'm being a tad bit arrogant here, but we're the ones at the municipal league who talk to municipalities every day. We speak that language. We know how to work directly with them. And I think that we've provided a great resource to the state because we've been working directly with them, and we put together the process on how that money gets out to the cities. Now, to just clarify one thing, our 10 largest cities receive direct appropriation from Washington, D.C. That's because it was done on a CBDG formula, and they had that information at Treasury for those 10 of our largest cities. But all of our cities under 50,000, which they titled non-entitlement units of government, which is the worst title ever for a municipality, and our municipalities hate it, and I'm sure they do around the country, but they use the term, and you'll hear NEU quite a bit, but that's all of our municipalities under 50,000, which is the overwhelming majority of our municipalities. We had to figure out how to get them the funds. So working with state, we created a portal. The process is very easy. There's some basic information that municipalities have to provide. As long as they provide that information, they're going to get their funding. And we've been working since August on getting those funds out, and now we're well over halfway in getting the funds out. And in just this month, we're going from that effort of getting the funds out to now working with the municipalities on how they can properly spend these funds, which is really the more important part of what I need to talk to you about today. I think I'm going to be shocked if someone in this room doesn't realize that these funds can be used for water and wastewater infrastructure. Water, wastewater, and then also broadband. That's the infrastructure pieces to it. We're at the municipal level, we're focusing very much with our funds on water and wastewater. I'm, again, not saying anything that everybody in this room doesn't know, but I feel like roads get all the attention. We have the worst roads and bridges in the country, but our water and wastewater is equally deficient because we haven't kept up with it over the years. We try desperately, but it is such a big ticket expense. I can go back to when I was mayor of Piedmont. Our whole internal part of our system in the downtown area, the historic area of Piedmont, is all clay pipes. And it wasn't a matter if those clay pipes were going to break, it was a matter of when. And they broke all the time, and we were always addressing those problems. Well, we never had the money to just fix all that infrastructure. So today they're still fighting that in Piedmont, and they're fighting that all over the state of Oklahoma. So now we have this opportunity where everybody has some money, and if we're smart about how we invest those dollars, we can make a monumental change in our infrastructure in the state of Oklahoma. We've talked about for 20 years now our water plan. How do we work together? How do we ensure the entire state has water? And we've never been able to get over the financial hump. That's been the problem. We fought, I'm from Canadian County, we fought with southeastern Oklahoma for water desperately. But now here we are, and we're in a situation where we can actually work together because we have the funds to do it. The state, I know we have some legislators here today. I've heard from the state's ARPA committee, they've got roughly $1.9 billion to spend, and I hear that they are going to invest a significant portion of that into water and wastewater. So what we would like to see is that we can couple those monies and layer those funds together and really make a big impact. And then on the horizon, we have the infrastructure bill. We're just now tearing the infrastructure bill down to figure out how does that work with the ARPA funds. 21, 22, actually through 2026 is how long we have to actually spend the funds. Think about the investment in our complete water system. If we can get our cities and towns to work together in building that, that's how we build the water system, is everybody improves their individual communities, and then we tie everything together. And I think we can make a major impact in our water problems over these next 4 years. So that's going to take our strategic partnership. It's going to take the leadership at the Water Resources Board, who are the experts in this. And that's why we're working together. And I think we're actually working together right now better than we ever have in the history of the state. I really do. We've always been good partners, but we've really laid everything out. ORWA, we used to fight with those guys all the time. Now we're best friends. But we work great together because we're all on the same page. We're trying to figure out the problems that face the state. So ARPA funding, right now, if you need to go back to your community, if they haven't received their funds, they need to apply for them. The resources, you can start at OML at oml.org. We have a whole ARPA page there. There's also a email address that I call the lifeline for all of our municipalities. It's arpa@oml.org. If people will just start there, we are working directly with the state, so if they start with us, they're actually contacting the state as well. We can help them with their login information. We can help them through the entire process. About weekly, we're doing a webinar on how to sign up for your funds. So there is every resource in the world for a municipality who wants to receive their funding. We're going to make sure that every city and town who wants their funding will get it. Now, I'm going to touch on that while I'm very specific when I say that. You can decline these funds, and I've heard of counties and cities that are talking about, but I want to make something clear. If you decline these funds, they're not going back to Washington, D.C. They are not reducing the federal debt. You're not being a good patriot by sending that money back. What happens to that money is it goes back into a pot in the state, and then at some point in time, it will be distributed equally amongst the rest of the municipalities who did accept their funds. So if your community declines those funds, or your county, it's only going to your neighbor, and you have done nothing to improve your community in a time where you have maybe a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for some of our small communities. So I'm encouraging every municipality to accept your funds and then invest them wisely into infrastructure projects. I will just mention that I did mention broadband as an option. I'm a big proponent of us improving our statewide broadband network. We need to do that. But I am not a huge proponent on asking municipalities to invest their money in it. Not because I don't want broadband, it's just because the state has a tremendous amount of money that's going towards that. And the ARPA bill and the infrastructure bill all have money that's designated for broadband. So before you do a massive broadband project in your community instead of a water and wastewater project, look at your resources that the state has and what's coming in the infrastructure bill. We can help you through that too, through all of our education that we're doing at OML. But let's work on water and wastewater. Let's improve that, because that is economic development just as much as broadband is. So use your money for that. Let's couple it with the state. Let's layer these funds together and make a real impact for Oklahoma. So I want to thank you for the opportunity today, and I hope that was just short enough that you can get to lunch now. So.
Certainly appreciate Mike's work. I know he's been a champion for water and water infrastructure, and just the tremendous amount of funds that are coming in from every direction from the feds. And there are deadlines on spending those as well and getting these projects built. So having OML and Mike especially, out there trying to help these communities coordinate and get their applications in and get these projects built is really a great service. So we appreciate you. We're going to push the lunch back just 10 minutes. So let's be back here at 12. We were supposed to be 12:40 then. We've got box lunches, Jimmy John's out in the hall, and we certainly appreciate everyone being here. All right, well, welcome back, everyone. We've got a motley crew in the back, so I was trying to hush folks, but got some good legislators and folks coming in and out. We certainly appreciate them stopping by. We will start our afternoon session with a message from Senator Inhofe.
Well, thank you for allowing me a few minutes with you guys today at the 2021 Governor's Water Conference. I wish I could be there in person, but even under the current administration, I'm still fighting to ensure Congress is prioritizing Oklahoma water infrastructure projects. I've always said infrastructure investments and authorizing funds for the military are the two most important things that we do here in Congress. Oklahoma is not only working hard to recover from the past year, but we are quickly getting back to growing and thriving as a state. And that's why I've worked to ensure projects essential for Oklahomans are being put at the top of the list of priorities in Congress. And this includes expediting design work on the first phase of the Tulsa-West Tulsa levee system, the modernization project, expediting work on the first phase of the MCARN's 12-foot channel deepening project, and accelerating critical maintenance work on locks and dams along the MCARNs. Now, this is something you've heard before, and we're very aggressively pursuing it now. In addition, I've asked Congress to prioritize 10 drinking water and wastewater projects across Oklahoma to replace deteriorating water infrastructure and increase water supply for rural communities across the state. And while I've been working to ensure Oklahoma is made a priority in Congress, Democrats have had other plans. Instead of working to build a real substantive infrastructure bill, their sideshow negotiations produced what I call a grab bag of bad policy decisions that weren't vetted, and adding $250 billion to the deficit, stacking the deck in favor of electric vehicles, and focusing on transit over roads and highways, just to name a few. It didn't have to be this way. And now Democrats in Congress are holding infrastructure hostage as they negotiate their $3.5 trillion tax and spend package that will raise taxes on hardworking Oklahomans and our businesses. Earlier this year, the EPW, that's the Environment and Public Works Committee, overwhelmingly approved a highway bill and a drinking water bill that were full of provisions that I authored and supported. The legislative process was working, but instead of continuing that process that we have used, myself included, for decades to build successful bipartisan infrastructure bills, the White House cast it aside for a rushed process that sidestepped regular order and opened up the infrastructure bill to a host of unrelated and not debated positions. While the Biden administration and the Democrats in the House and the Senate confused infrastructure for the Green New Deal, I'm working for you and will continue to do so, and keeping up the work in the state. I'll continue to fight to ensure Oklahoma's water infrastructure gets attention that it deserves in Congress. And that's what we're really supposed to be doing up here, okay?
Okay, we thank you. Senator Inhofe, I mean, obviously there's a lot of debate about how to get this, certainly this funding out the door. I think there's an agreement that we are certainly excited to, that it's available, and certainly want to get that out. And we've got a lot of partners that are wanting to help build these projects. So we will move on. Certainly, I have the honor now of introducing another important federal partner. Colonel Scott Preston is the senior military officer and engineer for the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers Tulsa District. Very good partners, very long-time partners. Colonel Preston oversees more than 700 engineers and professionals from various backgrounds, and is responsible for civil works, military programs, and the operations of U.S. Army Corps of Engineers projects and activities for all of Oklahoma, southern Kansas, and northern Texas. So with that, please help me welcome Colonel Preston.
Thank you, Julie.
Thanks for being here. We might have to adjust this for you. There you go.
Okay, there we go. So thanks for the invitation today. I think Senator Inhofe covered a lot I was going to cover, but he did highlight a few things that I will cover here. So with that, next slide, please. I guess I'm in charge. Okay, so first off, I wanted to show a brief overview of the Tulsa District, just so everybody's knowledge. So it's all based, we're all based on water resources and watersheds. So here, the Arkansas River is our northern boundary. That's why we have Kansas in there. And then our southern boundary is the Red River, and that's why we bring in northern Texas. And that includes all of Oklahoma. These borders have changed over the years, but right now it's all of Oklahoma, the southern part of Kansas, and northern Texas. With that, our mission obviously revolves around water resources at the federal level. We've got 38 projects, and that includes locks and dams, 5 of those on the MCARNs. Our number one mission is flood risk management, and we've protected over $80 billion worth of property over the years we've had these different reservoirs in place. We also maintain 8 hydropower plants in Oklahoma, and 2 of those are on the Arkansas River. The rest of them are on reservoirs. We manage and maintain the navigation system on the MCARNs, which is the McClellan-Kerr Arkansas River Navigation System. And water supply is huge for us. We have about 60% of all the water supply contracts in the Corps of Engineers are in Tulsa District. And in our region, it's 75%. So you can see it's a big piece of what we do. Environmental stewardship is another big piece, and water quality. Smaller piece of that, but that is one of our main missions. And probably most importantly, what everybody hears about is our recreation. We're number 1, 2, or 3 in different recreation areas across the Corps of Engineers, whether it's campgrounds, boat ramps, swim beaches, whatever it is. We're up there at the very top. We had about 20 million visitors in FY20. And this year we think it's a little bit more now. We're waiting for the numbers to come in right now. But that's a lot of economic boom that comes to state because of what we provide. But all this comes from Congress. These are our authorities. So our projects come from the Water Resources Development Acts, which we call WRDA. That's what authorizes our projects and has us create those and what we have to do to change them and maintain them. But the money comes from Energy and Water Appropriations Acts, and that's how we fund all those projects. Additionally, our regulatory mission comes from a couple places. One is it's Section 10 of the Harbors and Rivers Act, and that's mainly for our navigation channels, doing the dredging there. And then the permitting actions come from the Clean Water Act, and that's what a lot of times people come to us and need to get a permit to build something near a body of water, whether it be one of our reservoirs or a wetlands. Next ones there are authorities that we can help local communities, states, local various agencies outside of the federal government. First one is Continuing Authorities Program, which we call CAP, and these are for small projects, about $5 to $10 million in cost, that we can work with a local group to do ecosystem restoration. It could be a shoreline improvement, reduce erosion, and also fix wetlands and some flood control pieces too. So $5 to $10 million per project. Construction is part of that, and it's cost shared, 65% federal, 35% non-federal sponsor. And for tribes, the great thing is when we do a feasibility study for those, the first $500,000 is fully federal, and then after that it's 50-50 for the feasibility piece. Next one is our planning systems of states and tribes. This one, we've talked about this several times today and yesterday. This is the technical piece. So there's no construction in this. It's for us to look at comprehensive water resource planning, do technical assistance, manage water resources. So we're looking at flood damage reductions, looking at water supply demands, water conservation, and system restoration. Once again, this is a 50-50 split, and this is, again, same thing where a tribal entity, first $500,000 of that is fully federal. Section 408, this is where we have already have a project where it needs to be altered for a public use. It could be a public or private use, comes to us, and we have the ability to change that based on what Congress has said it's there for. An example of this is most recently the city of Enid has got a water supply contract with us at Caw Lake, and they are putting in their water infrastructure, water intake structure right there on the federal land by the lake. So that's the part where they had to get the 408 permit, and we were able to help them work through that. Not as well known as our flood risk management program. This is really looks at policies and programs that we can do, whether it be buyouts for land, just changing a policy to help out with flood control in a certain area. That's another smaller program. Another big one, though, is our Silver Jackets program. This is a fully federal program. This is where we can take our engineering expertise and put it towards a project to help out a local group. Most recently, we used this. We had the National Defense Authorization Act, Senator Inhofe was talking about. He put in there some information about the city of Miami on Grand Lake, but once again, there was no appropriation. We were able to use this authority to go in and do some flood risk management for them to see where their problems are and what they could do to move into the future to prevent flooding. And the last one there, we do get supplementals. So when the flood of 2019 came, money was put towards Tulsa District. We got $80 million to go and repair with this property that we had that was damaged, federal lands, our reservoirs that were damaged in that. We're able to use that money to fix those too. And the continuing resolution that we're going through right now. Did it mess up? Somebody hit it? Somebody hit it for me? Computer lock up on me? There we go. So what I want to talk about now is three big priorities that we're working on. One is the McClellan, the MCARNS, River Navigation System. Number two is the Oklahoma Comprehensive Water Planning that we're doing. And number three is our Civil War Strategic Plan at the division level. So the first one is the MCARNS. And I'm surprised how many people don't know about this that live here in Oklahoma. I talk to people all the time, and I tell them the MCARNS. I say, what's the MCARN? I said, the McClellan-Kerr Arkansas River Navigation System. Like, what? And tell me, we got a port right here in Tulsa. So this goes 445 miles from Tulsa all the way through Arkansas to the Mississippi River, and then obviously down through the Mississippi River down to New Orleans. 445 miles of channel. Has 18 locks and dams on there. 5 of those are in Oklahoma. And with that, this is really a gem for the local region here. So depending on what you read, it supports anywhere from 5 to 12 states. And states all the way up to Idaho say that they use this navigation system. And it takes commodities we take iron on this, coal, steel, different types of grains, soybeans, and building materials, fertilizer are used up and down this channel. Here's several facts. I'm just going to cover a few of these. One is for Oklahoma, the amount of money this brings into us. So 6 million tons of cargo are going through the ports here in Oklahoma. Another one, jobs. About 11,000 jobs have a direct connection to the MCARNS. And for the state economy, about $1.6 billion goes back into our economy based on this channel. And right now, we just had our anniversary, 50th anniversary of this system. So President Nixon was here and dedicated it back in 1971, and we just had the 50th anniversary. We started in Arkansas, did some ceremonies there, and Port of Catoosa then in June for our portion of it. And so based on this, and because of all the recent talk and a lot of talk, especially, Senator Inhofe talked about the MCARNS in this revitalization of this system. So at our division level, because it's between the Little Rock District and Tulsa District, we call it MCARNS 2030. So what we're going to do the next 8 years to not only sustain this system, but improve it. And one of the big ones is a 9-foot channel going to 12-foot channel. What we're talking about here is the depth that the barges can go in the channel. It was appropriate, or it was authorized to go to 12-foot channel, but we never had the funding to do that work. And really it's dredging, some more dredging in certain areas to get us down that 12-foot channel. And what this will do is, right now, a single barge, can go about 1,500 tons in one barge. When we increase this, about every foot is anywhere from 150 to 200 tons of more cargo. So another 500 tons of cargo. And with a barge tow of 8 barges and a tow in our lock, that's almost 4,000 additional tons of material that can be hauled on one tow. So right now, the industry is telling us if we get this down, about $43 million of savings that they'll get every year. And obviously, that's one big piece of it, and that's the dredging, and we're seeing money in the infrastructure bill coming for that. We don't know what the exact amounts are going to be right now, but it is coming. And also the backlog of our maintenance, so our non-routine maintenance to keep this thing sustainable. We've gone through 50 years right now. All these projects are 50 to 55 years old, and we want to sustain in the future. So the good news is Congress authorized money for FY22. We got $27 million total. $10 million is for Arkansas, and the Oklahoma section got $17 million. And then for 23, right now, the Corps of Engineers has asked for another $25 million for the future. So we are seeing a lot of work coming to us to keep that thing going. Next one, we talked this yesterday, I think Owen talked this, and the Corps of Engineers is very excited about this project here. And this is where we use the Planning Assistance of States, PAS, to help with this. So we got the first piece done. The programmatic work plan in phase 1 is completed. The 50/50 cost share is moving forward. And now we're into phase 2, the analysis, and phase 3, the developing. So what we're doing here is helping out the state and seeing what we can do to look at demands on the water, projections for modeling out to 50 years. We're trying to figure out where we need to help to prioritize investigations and other studies to identify where we can get funding for in the short time we have to get this moving. So we're very excited about this, and I know we covered a lot of this yesterday. And the last thing we want to talk about is our division Civil Works strategic plan. So what we've done is we looked at our region. So our region, so we're just one district out of 4 districts in our region. We cover almost all of Texas, obviously all of Oklahoma, the southern portion of Kansas, and then a piece of Arkansas and Missouri. And what we've done is looked at where are our strengths, our weaknesses, and what are the opportunities we have going forward. What can we do with the local, state, and local economies and communities to make things better? So first thing we did is look at our strengths, and you can see them listed there, and I'm just going to cover a few. So flood risk management, I talked about $80 billion protected in Oklahoma. We look at the regions, about $200 billion of assets that have been protected, and that's our number 1 mission. We're also looking, safe, sustainable, resilient water resources in the region. We have a strong foundation in engineering. We have a lot of engineers that we can put towards these efforts. That's why we have these authorities to help out different economies. Our hydropower, like I talked about, we have 8 here in our district, and we serve about 8 million customers total in the region between Arkansas, Oklahoma, and Texas. And if you remember back in February, we had the big freeze. This hydropower, we were able to actually produce more power for a short amount of time to help stabilize the grid while they were having problems in Texas and other places. So now we don't run them that way all the time, but we were able to operate them for a little while to help stabilize the grid. Water supply, I already mentioned how we have about 60% of all the contracts. In our region, it's 75% of the contracts of the Corps of Engineers for water supply are here, especially in Kansas, Oklahoma, and in Texas. And in the Kansas section, all the water we have is contracted out. There's no more room to get any more water. Recreation is huge. We're number 1 for our division. We're number 1 in recreation across the Corps of Engineers. And I talked about Tulsa District is way up there, but we are seeing a boom in that. COVID is actually, this is one of the benefits of COVID. People realize they don't need to go to Florida to have a good time. They're right here in our backyard, and we were seeing that. But because of all this, there are some downsides, and it's a list of few here. So the rapid growth in population, that's more of a strain. I talked about Kansas already, all the water is contracted out there. Oklahoma, we still have water available for contract, but that's slowly going away. I just talked about the city of Enid, city of Bartlesville have both gotten contracts recently for some of that water. The infrastructure we have is out there aging, and this growth is part of that. So I talked about 21 million visitors to our parks, which is great, but that's more wear and tear on those projects. And we don't get funding for recreation. We get a little bit to keep sustained, but to go bigger, what people want, they want more docks, want more marinas, more beaches. Those are hard to do. The funding's not there, and there's more demand on it right now. Extreme weather. We had big floods in 2015 and 2019, and we're still recovering from the 2019. We're just about back right now. A lot of our projects are getting, the work's being done right now by contractors. But on the flip side, there's drought. So I think Ethan mentioned Broken Bow. Right now, we're about 75% of the pool down there, so we're watching that closely. And Worcester this summer was below 75%, so both in the Choctaw area. Luckily, that was only 2 lakes, the reservoirs this year that we had some problems, but it's always a concern, especially up in the farther west we go. And we got the Lake Optima. Anybody heard of Lake Optima? Well, there's no water in it. The aquifers changed between the time it was authorized and built, had water in for a little while in the 70s, and then since then, the systems have changed and there's no water there anymore. So we're looking at what do we do with that here in the future. There's always more demands on our water resources. I talked about water supply, but you got the water supply, you got the navigation, you got recreation, you got hydropower. All those are pulling demands. And then there's the environmental piece. We got fish and a lot of the downstreams of our reservoirs, fish and mussels, and they demand that water too. So all these different groups are pulling that water, and the more people we have here, the more demand there's going to be. And then the aging of the infrastructure. So the good news is this stuff has lasted. We have projects that go back to World War II. Lake Texoma, that was designed and built during the war, finished in 45. We just had our 75th anniversary for that one last fall. And we just talked about the MCARNs hitting 50 years, and Broken Bow also hit 50 years recently too. So those are great things to champion, but at the same time, they're getting old and we need more funds for that. So that's why we're happy about seeing this infrastructure bill come in and more money towards infrastructure through the president's budget. Which takes us to the next piece is, there we go, is what are we going to do about that? So we have here is 4 goals at the division level to move forward on our strategic plan. First one is enable solutions for complex challenges. So what we're looking at here is, with our projects, if we do new projects, how can we make these be multi-use and multi-benefit for different purposes, not just water supply, not just for flood risk management? Is there other things we can do with them? And we're looking at not just the cost-benefit ratio, which we've been doing for the last 40 years to see if a project is worth putting in. We're also looking at, are there environmental reasons for that project to be there? Or are there reasons for health, welfare, and safety of people and property that may not get the economic benefit, but it's still important we need to make sure we do that. Next one is a shift towards a more productive, a proactive response mode. And what we're talking about here is updating technologies and investing in pre-disaster resiliency. So especially our hydropower plants, we're continually upgrading those for whether it's cybersecurity or just the way we do the controls on those so that it's more efficient and we get more power out of them. Next thing we want to do is re-envision the role as a collaborative partner. And that's what we're doing right here today, is talking to people. We work with different agencies at state level, local level, to see what we can do to be a better partner and help out with those authorities that Congress has given us, that we can make sure everybody understands how they can use those and be a better partner. And the last one there, adaptively manage full life cycle of water resource infrastructure. We're looking at private-public partnerships, which we have a few of those now. We're also looking at, instead of just having Little Rock District do something and Tulsa District do something and Fort Worth District, how can we make those at a regional level, the division level? So our hydropower is one of those. Hydropower covers 3 states, so we're looking at the division level to try to synchronize that. Same with the MCARNs. Not just have Little Rock do their piece and Tulsa do their piece, but how can we make that a systems approach so it's all the same? And I think we're doing some good things there and moving forward. And lastly is to make sure all these projects that we have long-term maintenance plans for those and try to sustain what we have right now with the dollar amounts we have, because we're having some good times now, but we expect those funding to go back down eventually. We can't sustain this forever. So what can we do to keep the money we have usable into the future? And then my last slide is just looking at just a snapshot of all this. So steps 1, 2, 3, and 4, those are what we've already concluded, and that's what I talked about today. But what we're really looking at now is steps 5 and 6. What we can do at the state level, a city level, local group level, that we can benefit you. Where can we help? So Congress has given us those authorities, and we want to make sure we reach out and use those, whether it's Continuing Authorities Program, the Silver Jackets Program, looking at our flood risk management, and then the planning assistance to states and tribes. So with that, I know it was quick. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Certainly, always appreciate you being here, Colonel. You know, I think I talk about, you know, we have a fantastic partnership with our district. You know, I'm in other organizations around the country where that's not always the case. And so I think they've certainly always tried to prioritize on state priorities and the things that we're trying to do here in our state, and we really appreciate that. It's amazing just the variety of the things that they are you guys are responsible for out there. It's really astounding. So we certainly appreciate your work. Next, I think, do we have another video?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, we've got one more video from Congressman Frank Lucas.
Hello. I'm Congressman Frank Lucas, and I represent the 3rd Congressional District of Oklahoma. And I'm pleased to greet you all virtually at the 41st Oklahoma Governor's Water Conference to talk about the importance of water infrastructure. Our nation's watershed and flood control dams play a critical yet silent role in many of our daily lives. There are more than 2,000 watershed dam projects that help Oklahomans meet a myriad of public needs. Public safety, water supply, soil health, fish and wildlife management, just to name a few. Throughout the state, watershed dams and conservation practices provide an estimated annual benefit of $96 million in reducing flood and erosion damage to more than 2 million acres of agricultural land and improve wildlife habitat, recreation, and water supply. In fact, the country's first upstream flood control dam, Cloud Creek Site Number 1, was built right in the backyard of Oklahoma's 3rd Congressional District in Ouachita County. In 1948, following the passage of the Flood Control Act of 1944, the dam allowed for the preservation of farmland, wildlife, and several municipal services. Like so much of the public infrastructure investments across the nation, our watershed dams are aging and need to be upgraded to remain safe and to continue to provide benefits for generations to come. Many of our state and country's 12,000 watershed dams have exceeded their design lifespan. Seeing the need to rehabilitate many of our dams in 2000, I authored the Small Watershed Rehabilitation Amendments, which have provided important investment to countless dams in need of repair. After more than 2 decades of funding through the Small Watershed Rehabilitation Amendments, more than $900 million has been appropriated for rehabilitating aging dams. In the 2018 Farm Bill alone, Congress provided $50 million per year in mandatory funding for watershed rehabilitation and management. I'm proud of my work in Congress, passing the Small Watershed Rehabilitation Amendments. But we must not delay the continued need to rehabilitate and repair the other aging dams and water infrastructure, both in our state and across the country. I want to thank everyone at the Oklahoma Water Resources Board for your commitment to managing and improving our state's water resources to ensure clean and reliable water supplies. I also want to thank Governor Stett and the Oklahoma State Legislature for providing funds on the state level to help with improving our state's water infrastructure. We all must continue to champion investments in the rehabilitation of these aging public works in our state and nation to protect critical infrastructure for decades to come. Water infrastructure, like watershed and flood control dams, are vital to public safety, economic prosperity, community viability, and must not be allowed to fail. Thank you for the opportunity to highlight the importance of water infrastructure investments across the state of Oklahoma at this year's Oklahoma Governor's Water Conference.
Very good. Great message again. So thrilling to hear and be talking about water infrastructure. So great morning program. I am now going to turn it over to my co-host, Dr. Kevin Wagner, for the afternoon session. Come on over. Put on my house shoes now.
All right, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our final session of the Governor's Water Conference. It's been a great conference so far, and we're going to end it strong. So this afternoon, we're going to be focusing on 2 of the key components of achieving water for 2060, and that is through irrigation water conservation and through water reuse. So that's going to be the focus of most of our talks this afternoon. But before we get to that, I do want to take a second to recognize our winners of our Outstanding Student Water Research Poster Contest. So we ended up having 16 total posters this year, representing students from the University of Oklahoma, Oklahoma State University, and Northeastern State University. And 4 of those were selected by a panel of 10 judges for our Outstanding Student Water Research Poster Award. So the first award goes to Rio Bonham from Oklahoma State University, and Rio's research was focused on comparing consumptive water use of furrow and drip irrigated cotton fields. Our next winner was Andrea Tavera Paredes from the University of Oklahoma. Andrea's research is focused on evaluation of low-impact stormwater control systems for runoff peak flow reduction. Our next award goes to Melissa Reed from Oklahoma State University. Melissa's research was focused on a place for plastic, inexpensive aquatic invertebrate sampling devices upcycled from soda bottles. And then our final award winner is Hunter Hodson from Northeastern State University. And Hunter's work was focused on a comparison of macroinvertebrate communities found in invasive and native tree leaf litter. So let's give all these students a round of applause. So each of those students will be awarded with a $300 prize. Always nice, right here before the holidays, end of the semester. So we'll be following up with them afterwards. Well, actually, I get to do the first presentation of the afternoon. It'll be kind of the oddball presentation because it's the only one focused on water conservation and irrigation water conservation specifically. Do we have my? Or maybe I will hand it over to someone else.
Can you do yours at the end?
Yes. Well, we will move to our next presentation real quick, which is our first speaker then will be Sharon Nappier from the national, who is the National Program Leader for Water Reuse at the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency's Office of Water. Sharon specializes in environmental health, microbiology, and quantitative microbial risk assessment, and is currently leading the implementation of the National Water Reuse Action Plan. So Sharon, are we ready to go?
All right, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, if I can share my screen.
You can share your screen anytime.
How's that?
Very good.
It's great.
Good? All right. Hi, everybody. I'm sorry I'm not in person with you all today, but I really do appreciate the invitation to speak at your conference. As Ken mentioned, I'm Sharon Nappier. I'm the National Program Leader for Water Reuse at the Environmental Protection Agency, and I'm really excited to be here today to talk to you about the National Water Reuse Action Plan, or the WRAP Collaborative, as we now call it. We call it this collaborative because it's not an EPA plan, it's not a federal plan, this is a full water sector collaborative plan. Right. I can move slides forward. Okay. So today's session, I'm going to provide a quick overview of the WRAP, including the vision and the development process. I'll give a few examples of some of the current activities the collaborative is now leading by spotlighting a few of our WRAP actions. And then finally, I'm going to close with what's next for the WRAP and share information on how you all can get involved. So as many of you probably know, in the United States, only a small percentage of our water is being reused, with more than 300 billion gallons per day being discharged from sources such as treated municipal wastewater, ag runoff and return flows, industrial processed water, and stormwater. It's estimated that over 280 billion gallons per day is potentially available for water reuse. And these different sources of water for potential use must be treated appropriately to meet different fit-for-purpose specifications for the ultimate end use, while ensuring public health and environmental protection. So communities, unfortunately, are facing various challenges in implementing reuse, including funding limitations, public perceptions, lack of experience in developing reuse projects, technology needs, and unclear or consistent regulatory requirements. And so really the vision is to address some of these issues that communities are facing in implementing reuse. We want to make sure that communities consider reuse as an option as they're dealing with their resilient water strategies. So the WRAP was launched in 2020 with partners from across the water sector, and we're seeking to build that technical, financial, and institutional capacities for all of our communities. The WRAP does recognize that water reuse can provide this alternative source of water that can be more reliable than traditional water sources, helping to build that resilience against climate change. So it's my understanding that Oklahoma might be considering their own state plan, and I just want to give you a quick flavor of our process and how we built our plan. Really, this entire process happened in lightning speed for the federal government. In 2019, February of 2019, EPA announced the development of the WRAP. EPA and federal partners then created a discussion framework, and we launched the first of 2 different public comment periods to help inform that conversation about the scope and the content. We looked at over 150 different literature sources, recognizing there's a lot of great work and research already published out there in this space. We had 2 expert convenings that took place. WateReuse Association really helped lead those efforts. The draft RAP was released in September of 2019. Following the release of the draft, we held another opening of the public docket for 90 days, seeking interest in the water sector community. This is where we're really asking people to join us in this effort and join us in actions and build these actions out in action teams and commit to these different actions. The release of the action plan was then released in February of 2020, and it really was a hugely collaborative event. So now the RAP Collaborative is comprised of over 100 different organizations, including federal, state, tribal, local, and water sector partners. And I can't emphasize enough the importance of collaboration among the stakeholders. It's really critical to bring folks together that are not used to interacting. And I think that's what makes this program unique. While the RAP does ensure or help ensure clean, resilient, and sustainable water supplies, we're really focused on fostering this collaboration among the water sector to continue dialogue around supporting reuse and building our interest. You know, you got to get these wastewater folks to talk to the drinking water folks and the ag folks. Water use projects by design have to be collaborative. These are team efforts. One of the most exciting institutional outcomes so far for the EPA is the establishment of a new water use team at the EPA. And so we are facilitating implementation of the RAP, and we're also building this capacity, the technical and institutional capacity for reuse and awareness within the agencies and across the federal government. So when we launched the plan in February of 2020, we also launched an online platform, and this serves as a repository for all of our proposed or active and our completed actions. So each of the actions are presented with information on the leaders and the partners. Those are the action teams, background information on why are we even pursuing these actions? What are the opportunities to be gained? And the implementation milestones that clearly identify those specific steps for an action's completion. So we recognize there could be 5 or 10 different milestones or steps to complete an action, and we want to be transparent about all of our interim progress steps. So right now we have about 350 different milestones spread across about 45 different actions, and over 200 milestones have been completed. The features were built into this online platform in the spirit of transparency and accountability, and we wanted to demonstrate the commitments across the water sector and really raise the visibility of our action progress for our collaborators. We do update this online platform weekly, so you can see the current status of any of the different actions. And we have the ability to onboard new actions every quarter. So this plan is really living and growing. And we do welcome all of your ideas that address challenges to implementing reuse. And I'll discuss how to get involved later in the presentation. So water reuse is a really huge topic. You can organize it by sources and different applications, and it just gets very complicated quickly. So what we decided to do was organize it around 11 different strategic themes, which are pictured here. So we have themes that address policy and reg barriers, facilitating financial support, advancing technology, and promoting collaboration. And so now I'll just delve into 3 different specific actions under 3 different strategic themes really fast. Okay, so the first is policy coordination, and this theme is about aligning and or coordinating our federal, state, tribal, local programs and policies to help encourage that consideration of reuse in state programs. And so the action that I want to highlight under policy coordination is about getting the states to talk to each other, enhancing the state collaboration and leverage some of our brain power and our resources. So some states have well-established reuse guidelines or regs or programs, while other states are just beginning to think about reuse. You can see the action team, the list of leaders and partners on the right here. A lot of the state associations you're probably very familiar with are listed. So under this action team is helping to organize state-focused forums on water reuse. So we want to provide these opportunities for states to learn from each other and identify common needs and determine other priority actions to facilitate broader application or acceptance of reuse. The second state summit on water reuse occurred September of 2020 at the WateReuse Symposium that was virtual. It was attended by 150 different state regulators from 25 different states. We have put the comprehensive meeting notes on our online platform, so you can access those just by searching State Summit. Action, you can search it by action 2.2, or you can look at some of the different action leaders and search that way, and you can get those notes if you're interested. The action team is continuing to look for opportunities for collaborating, and we are planning our 3rd State Summit. Tentatively is scheduled in conjunction with the WateReuse Symposium in spring of 2022. The next theme that I just want to touch on is science and specifications. And so this is really understanding those water quality metrics or the treatment requirements for the different sources of water and the end use applications to make sure that we're protecting public health and environment. So the action I'm highlighting here is to assemble and compile these existing federal, state, and international specifications. Again, the water quality metrics as treatment requirements for the different sources of water, like municipal, or gray water, stormwater, and potable and non-potable applications. We are compiling this information and then summarizing the technical basis, the scientific basis for these water quality metrics or the treatment requirements. And what we're going to do is launch a state regulation and guidelines online explorer. We're hoping to do this in early 2022, because the capacity to develop these guidelines really does differ by states. And as I mentioned, states are in different places as far as where they're exploring reuse and where they are with reuse. The tools intended to really help link those decision makers, as well as the engineers and the scientists, to these water reuse specifications and the science behind them, and help other states or new states pursue different applications of water reuse. We are hoping, again, in 22 to launch this Explorer, and we anticipate that we'll have the publish different batches of material. So I think we'll do potable on-site and centralized non-potable in the first batch, hopefully in January, February, so stay tuned. All right, the third strategic theme that I want to mention is international collaboration. This theme was created with the understanding that many of our international partners have experience or demonstrated successes with water reuse, and many of our other countries, including the United States, might benefit from their collaboration and their work and information sharing. So the action that I want to highlight is seeking to facilitate US and Israel collaborations on water reuse, technology, science, and policy. Many of you might know this. Israel has a very mature recycling program, and they now recycle over 85% of their treated wastewater for agricultural purposes. And so we believe that we do have a lot to learn from their experience, and this action really is about strengthening these partnerships and building the capacity through technical cooperation. And as part of this action, we already have recorded a 3-session Israel water reuse virtual tour. It occurred last May in 2021. It covers policy and regulations of water reuse in Israel, Israel's approach to reuse and implementation. And I do encourage you to check out the online platform, because these recordings are there and available for anyone to see. We are currently in the process of planning an in-person delegation. This is actually supposed to happen, in 2020, right before we were planning this before COVID hit, but we've had to, of course, postpone, but we're currently planning this for May 2022. So looking forward, all of our RAP collaborators are very focused on action implementation. We have anticipated action and action outputs over the next year. We'll be showcasing that through our listserv, our online platform, and through different public outreach communications. I discussed some of the outputs that we're expecting, like the Explorer tool, but we're also working on other materials, compilations, white papers on permitting, white papers on aquifer storage and recovery, various research papers, as well as training webinars. We're also just continuing to make these connections between reuse and EPA water programs and building our external partnerships. And over the next coming year, we'd like to more deliberately engage in the ag sector. We have USDA and FDA partners in the RAP, and are also coordinating with some of our external groups focusing on ag. Our effort will continue to grow this reuse body of knowledge and best practices, and we're going to really try to strive to make sure we elevate the visibility of our partners' work. Ultimately, this group is seeking to make sure that reuse becomes more accessible. more straightforward to implement, and sensitive to climate and environmental justice considerations. So here's where I'd love to invite you all to get involved. We believe that it comes with many benefits. Our effort, as I've mentioned, fosters this collaboration and connections from the federal government to state governments, academia, nonprofits, NGOs. There's many different groups at the table here, and our action leaders meet quarterly, and this allows our leaders to really tap into the knowledge across the US and internationally. It also allows us to coordinate with one another regularly and align our efforts and leverage our resources to accelerate progress. Together, we're able to address challenges and fill these knowledge gaps. And through our regular updates in our website, we highlight successes and facilitate broad information sharing. And we're trying to raise this, again, this visibility of our individual contributions and projects. Ultimately, we want to challenge the stovepiping in the water sector to create more collaborative approaches to integrated water management. So if this resonates with you, please feel free and reach out. There's multiple ways that you can engage. You can stay in the loop by just joining our listserv and learning about progress. You can just email us at watereuse@epa.gov to get your name on the listserv. You'll learn about the upcoming events and webinars, any new releases, publications, funding announcements, fact sheets, anything that comes out from our partners within the RAP. If you want to learn about individual actions, you can just play with that search tool, search different organizations you're interested in, search maybe different people that you know in the water space, or just key terms, and you can find out what's happening across the action plan. You can contact these different action leaders and partners directly because we have provided their email addresses on the plan, on this online platform. So feel free to reach out. This is meant to be highly collaborative. There's always a place to still join some of these action teams. Finally, you can propose, you can lead a new action. We do onboard these actions every quarter. So we encourage you to reach out. New ideas can be shared with us though at any time. We do have a whole process, and we're happy to fold you in if you have a great idea that you would like to bring to us and join our action teams. Alrighty. And that is what I have for you today. Thank you so much for your interest, and thank you to the conference organizers for the invitation to participate. And I'm happy to answer a few questions if time allows.
Sharon, there are no questions at this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you again, Sharon. It's exciting to hear about all that's going on with the National Water Reuse Action Plan. So let's give her a round of applause. Well, sorry, we're skipping around a little bit. It's part of my fault. I guess I didn't get my presentation sent in early enough, so we're going to save mine for last. Our next speaker, though, is going to be Chris Mattingly. Chris is the Director of Utilities with the City of Norman's Water Reuse Initiative. And he's worked for the City of Norman for the last 21 years. He formerly worked at the Oklahoma Department of Environmental Quality as a wastewater district engineer. Chris has been a capital projects engineer for several Norman projects, and he managed Norman's water treatment plant from 2005 to 2015. So Chris, welcome.
Thank you. Okay, thanks for having me. So yes, my name's Chris Mattingly, Utilities Director now of Norman, Oklahoma, and I saw the Pioneer Award yesterday for Ken Comiskey. It was very nice. I was very proud. We miss him. He was an excellent leader. Got us started in a lot of the reuse, so well deserved. Let's see if I can get that to work. Next slide. Okay, there you go. Okay, I use this chart to show that Norman, City of Norman, is reaching a population of about 127,000. If you look in the top left corner, that's 1889, when they get there for the Prairie to establish Norman. A year later, the University of Oklahoma gets established in 1890. The next picture is 1909. They stand up at Main Street. It's kind of nice. The bottom center, they build 2 Navy bases in Norman to support World War II efforts. And then in the top right, you see the University of Oklahoma today. And in the bottom right, that's our Main Street thriving with our music festival going on. You try. Okay, and I know a lot of people use this graph. We love this graph, the Oklahoma Climatological Survey. And for a guy like me, it's 54 years old, I've only been living, and seeing these wet years from the 80s on. And so to look at some of those tan, drier climate times in the past, that'll get your attention when you're running a water system. So I want to just go to about 1980s. I'm going to just go to there. And City of Norman in the mid-90s and late 90s, we began overusing our allocation at the lake. And so I feel like I'm missing a slide. Can I look to see? Yeah, that's okay. No, that's it. Anyway, we began overusing our allocation at the lake, and everything was going good until 2006 when that drought hit. And you can see it's not a very big drought compared to those in the past. But we share the lake with Del City, Midwest City, and we were overusing our allocations. They were underusing their allocations, and we get to that 2006 drought, and you start to see our lake decline, and they look over at us and say, hey, maybe you need to curtail some of your use. This is not looking good. And or pay or do something to start getting your water under control. And meanwhile, 2005 was the arsenic rule. So in 2006, that went into effect, and we had a well field of 31 wells. And in the January of 2006, we had to reduce that to 15 wells. So we were hurting for water in Norman. So, and then 2012, actually, that drought was a little more severe, but that 2006 caught us off guard, I would say. And the 2012, we managed through that one a little better because we started talking about drought. Okay, so, and this is a picture of the lake. You can see the boat dock, unreachable by boats. And it got everyone's attention. Our lake was 40% used, so we only had 60% to go. So it does start getting your attention. And again, those were small, dry climate times. So with that drought, I think the whole region took notice. The state redid the state water plan and finished that in 2012. And then the city of Norman followed shortly after. We hired with Corollo and went through our strategic water supply plan to get us through 2060, and we completed ours in 2014. So we looked at every source of water that we could find. We had an ad hoc committee help review our information. And these two choices kind of bubbled to the top of what Norman wanted to follow up with and go forward with. And actually the chosen one that we adopted was to try to use some of our water reclamation facility water and augment our Lake Thunderbird, because we were learning that it was not a good firm yield and we were going to need to add additional water supply. So at the same time, our friends at the Bureau of Reclamation were helping us. We had always operated the lake with a conjunctive yield of 21,600 acre feet. And we asked them, what is the firm yield? We saw that 2006 and it caught our attention. We were like, what is the firm yield of Lake Thunderbird? So they did some modeling, determined instead of the conjunctive yield was a yield that if we got into dry times, we were then to discontinue use of the lake water and go directly into well water. And we had so many wet years, our staff was just using lake water predominantly, using about 2/3 of our water supply from the lake. So we weren't set up and ready for that. And so they did the firm yield, and instead of 21,600 acre feet, they said, really your firm yield is 15,600 acre feet. And that got our attention, and they said, but the model shows if you could find an augmentation source of about 4.1 million gallons a day, you could add that to the lake, you could re-secure your lake supply and get it to a firm yield of 21,600 acre feet. And so that's kind of set us off on, we need to figure out a way to augment the lake. And this is just kind of a graph showing those lines. And again, we share the lake with Midwest City, Del City. So the conjunctive yield, we all thought we were getting 21,600 acre feet. Then the 15,600 acre feet is the firm yield that was determined late 2008, 9. And now recently, within the last year, the BOR has looked at some additional drought data from Lake Overholser and plugged it into our model, and they preliminarily have looked at this and said, you know, really the firm yield, we're worried it might be like 12,700 acre feet. And so again, we have our attention and we're needing a way to get water supply and looking for a way to augment. And then this is just, I'm switching the units to MGD, Norman's, usage, and how those three yields affect our water supply. And you see the red line, it's getting down close to what we're using. So we're really, that's speeding up the timeline where we need to find this water a little sooner than we were thinking. So back to the P14, our choice that we chose. The water reclamation facility is located in the south part of our town. And so if we could treat this with biofiltration ozone, pump it like 2 to 3 miles east, get it into the Dave Blue Creek, that would be a nice way to augment the lake, and then bring the lake back to our water treatment plant and treat it to the high quality. Oh, I got my little. Another thing we looked at, COMCD actually looked at this, the Central Oklahoma Master Conservancy District. The Atoka pipeline goes across the north leg of our lake. And so they looked at, could we get contracted water from Oklahoma City, put in a valve, a metering vault, and then be able to augment our lake with some raw water from the southeast. And at first you're thinking that's good, but really as you discuss that with Oklahoma City, they would need a reservation rate. You'd have to make sure you're be guaranteed that water when you need it, you would have to be paying a reservation rate for all the infrastructure that gets that water up there. And when you start costing that out, that's very expensive, because there are some years when the water's going over the dam, you wouldn't want to be paying for water that you don't need. So probably if we did our strategic water supply plan, it found that we'd probably want to take it in a raw water form or at the finished water from Oklahoma City. And again, we just go back to the discharge at our water reclamation facility. Good clean water currently going to the Canadian River, which ends up in Lake Eufaula. Other folks are drinking it downstream. So we're saying, why couldn't we maybe use this to augment our lake? So Garver engineers worked with us to put in a proposal for Bureau of Reclamation Title 16 money, and we were luckily awarded a grant. That's a mistake on that one. That should be $700,000 grant we got. And we have $3.4 million we're putting with the project. And so the things we're going to look at is, I think why our project was awarded, a lot of times the advanced treatments of the reclaimed water out on the West Coast, they have the ability to, it generates a brine reject water, and they have the ability to put that in an ocean or a saltwater body. In the central United States, the inland states, we don't have that choice. And so actually our choice is maybe to put in underground injection wells, but as we all found out, the earthquakes being related to underground injection wells, that wasn't one of our first choices. So we wanted to look at what are some other treatment techniques, such as ozone biofiltration, UV hydrogen peroxide, and how well could that do on the contaminants of emerging concern, and how good could it compete against RO? I know the RO is called the gold standard, but we have confidence this might do a lot of good treatment as well. Also, as for our phosphorus and nitrogen removal, we were competing two systems against each other, the modified University Cape Town and the Aqua Narita system. And we're getting good results. That's been running since about April, and so that's working really nice for us. And then also we're going to try to get additional phosphorus removal using disc filters versus maybe a super sand filter, and then using a coagulant of alum. Okay, another thing is, like I told you, we share the lake with Midwest City, Del City. And so Ken was great about setting up a good committee. We have 3 representatives from Midwest City, 2 representatives from Del City, and 3 from Norman. And we're trying to keep it transparent, keep them at the front of the table, and have them get this information as we're gathering this information to see, is this a good way to augment the lake that we all 3 share? And so we actually have our next meeting. We're starting to get some good results on our advanced treatment, And so our next meeting with them is going to be the 13th, Monday the 13th. So I'm excited to have something new to show them. This is a picture of our aeration basins, and I just wanted to show you kind of what it looks like. We were fortunate, we just went through a plant upgrade, and we had some extra capacity. So we took 2 tracks of the aeration basin, and we dedicated the left one, as you see on the screen, for the modified University Cape Town. That's a continuous flow, and it's flowing about 1 million gallons a day. And then the middle track there that doesn't have any water in it, actually the Aqua Narita system, it's more like a sequential batch reactor. So we just kind of walled off the final stage there and set that up for kind of like an SBR. Oh, so what our findings are is that both of those are reducing our phosphorus very nicely. Both of them about the same. One's not winning by much more than the other, but the Aqua Narita would have a lot smaller footprint, and so we are interested on finding to keep running the pilot and see if the results continue like they have started. Also, the phase 2 is just started. We got the xylem trailer set up, and that's where we're doing the biofiltration ozone. And we just took a suite of sampling on the CECs before and after in October. And we're looking, hopefully going to get some results any day, and we're excited to see how it's doing. And again, this is just some of the results. I put this page in there to show you some of the results. The phosphorus running at 14 to 16. Both systems are reducing it to approximately about a 0.1. The nitrogen, about a 26 to 31 range. And we're seeing reductions to like a 5 milligrams per liter. And I just brought a picture of our xylem trailer. That's kind of, it's all inside of this trailer. It's parked there. But hopefully our results will come in on this. And then probably in February timeframe, we'll bring in the UV hydrogen peroxide trailer and set it up just behind this one. And then we'll do testing to see how much additional reduction we get in our CECs. So excited to see that also. And then I just put a lot of projects going on in Norman. We're very fortunate right now. The OU has had a couple of capstone projects, and they're interested in reuse, so they're steering them to look at additional natural attenuation from the UV, from the sunshine, like when it goes to the Dave Blue Creek, maybe some microbial activity reducing some of the constituents in the soils as it touches the banks. Also, they looked at creek capacity. Would we cause any additional erosion by putting 5 million gallons a day in the Dave Blue Creek? Also, I got Friesen Nichols is working with our stormwater folks. Our stormwater folks have been testing the phosphorus coming into our watershed, and our model, our TMDL model, is not matching some of that data. And so we're going to need that as we plan our whole watershed and be able to put our water reclamation facility water back into the lake. So we're paying part of that with stormwater and hoping to get a good model, solid model that we can use as we analyze the data going into the lake. Another one, EPSCoR. I know a lot of the speakers are here from EPSCoR. I'm very fortunate again that they're using a test bed in the Little River watershed, so we're going to be front row to that. OU's Dr. Bob Nairn is setting up some mesocosms at our water reclamation facility near the discharge. More show and tell for our public, because we really want to try to be transparent, bring folks out and let them get comfortable with the treatment technologies we're going to be looking at. Another nice one just happened recently. The BOR got an internal grant. It's just a little less than $10 million, or $1 million over the next 3 years, not 10. And, but it's going to look at maybe where to place maybe some wetlands in Norman to enhance or help with some of our advanced treatment. And then also maybe like for a dual purpose, because we're seeing a lot of our non-point phosphorus is really going into the lake and causing us trouble. Our lake is impaired for chlorophyll A. And so could you put some wetlands at the mouths of some of the rivers that are going into the lake, feeding it, catch some of the stormwater phosphorus when the storm events, and then also we put our discharge going through that same wetlands. And they're going to try to figure out designs, you know, it'll be on stormwater events, you'll get excessive flows. So they're going to try to design it in a way you wouldn't blow out the wetlands. but try to find some kind of way to fit one of those in Norman. And so over the next 3 years, they're looking at that. Try to look at another one, pure reclamation. Working with Garver, we just received a model grant. And what we wanted to do is, like on the water reclamation facility, when we start augmenting the lake, you don't want to be making that high quality water all the time if the lake is going over the dam. So we're going to try to sharpen our pencil on costs and have it where we have a predicting model that says it's time to turn on, start your augmenting, and then have a stop button. And it would be taking inputs from humidities, forecasts, aquifer levels, different inputs to try to make a smart model to help us predict when to turn on, turn off, and be more cost efficient with our operations. Okay, and then see, the other thing is Corollo's got a little grant to look at a lake prediction tool for harmful algal blooms. Really cool study. We're excited to see that one also because we have a warm, shallow lake. We've got the algae. We get taste and odor problems. We just built a new ozone treatment device. And so this is hopefully going to help us know when to turn that up, turn it down, and be more efficient in our treatment for taste and odor problems. And I'll just go with another, like the chromium backwash is just a continuation. We did a lot of work with Corollo on treating chromium-6 and reducing it to chromium-3, which was a very successful study. So we're ready for our well water if and when that rule gets tighter. And then in October, BOR just put in another grant for a yield study for that firm yield to confirm that 12,800 acre feet. Once they get that solidified, then the 3 cities can use that. And we're going to get with the Central Oklahoma Master Conservancy District and probably put in for a drought contingency plan and then have triggers in case we don't get the augmentation up and running in time and we start experiencing some droughts. We'll have triggers that the cities will need to all be reducing their take on the lake so that we can make it through some of these drought times. So, and I'll stop at that. So any questions, happy to answer them, or you can email me, or if you guys ever need a tour, let me know. Just call me at Norman and happy to show off what we have. Thank you.
Great job, Chris. Thanks for being here with us today. And thanks for all that you and the City of Norman are doing for really blazing the trail in the state for water reuse. I mean, all the work that you're doing to test the different approaches is fascinating, and it's going to be tremendously beneficial. So thank you for that. All right, our next speaker is Pat Sinicropi from the National Water Reuse Association, where she serves as the executive director. The National Water Reuse Association is an organization that advocates for laws, policy, and funding to increase water reuse and develops technical education and communications tools to support water reuse practitioners. Patricia has over 2 decades experience as a policy expert and advocate on water-related issues in Washington, D.C. Prior to joining the Water Reuse Foundation, she served as Senior Legislative Director for the National Association of Clean Water Agencies and as Legislative Counsel to the Water Environment Federation. Welcome, Pat.
Okay, you can start projecting and share your screen.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah,
Can you see me?
yes, go ahead.
All right. Let's see. I'm just trying to tee up the, okay, can folks see that? Zach? Oops. Okay. Can folks hear me now? Okay, sorry about that. All right. Well, thank you for joining me. Thank you for inviting me. I'm just getting organized here. And I didn't expect to be going on this quickly, so please excuse me. My name is Pat Sinicropi, and I'm pleased to be here with you today to offer a national perspective on water reuse. It's been exciting to watch how Oklahoma has become a national leader in water planning with the bold Water 2060 plan, establishing a goal of consuming no more fresh water in 2060 than was consumed in 2010. And the water leaders in Oklahoma turning to water reuse as a solution to help you reach this goal is recognition that the investment in water reuse really does help build communities and businesses that are modern, sustainable, and stable. So a bit about our background. Let's see, how do we advance this slide? Here we go. Water reuse is the only national association dedicated solely to advancing laws, policy, funding, and public acceptance of recycled water. Together with our members, we focus on engagement, education, and advocacy to foster a culture that embraces water recycling. Our members include utilities, businesses, and institutions that are engaged in water recycling in some fashion. We have members in virtually every state and in several other countries. We also have state sections that operate in several states around the country: Arizona, California, Colorado, Florida, Nevada, Pacific Northwest, Texas, and tomorrow we are approving a section to be established in South Carolina, which we're very excited about. Let's see. Oops. So a priority focus of our association is federal advocacy. We advocate for funding and policies that facilitate the adoption of water recycling. So through our advocacy efforts this year, we're very excited that we were able to secure several key policy wins that we've been working on for several years. In the recently enacted infrastructure package, we secured $1 billion for investment in Western water projects. We also were able to get authorized the first nationwide grant program solely focused on water recycling. And we worked with our champions on Capitol Hill to establish an interagency, federal interagency working group on water reuse to help coordinate policy and programming at the federal level among the federal family. Hopefully the Build Back Better package will pass over the next several weeks. And when it does, we will have an additional $125 million that can be invested nationwide in water recycling projects, and another $100 million that will be invested in recycling projects, in large-scale recycling projects in the West. Some of the things that we work on as an association, we produce a number of tools that our members can use, policy tools that they hopefully can use as a resource in the work that they're doing locally. If folks have been on our website, you'll find information there on what states are doing in terms of the regulations that they have in place. We have a state policy tracker on our website, which is an interactive tool that you can where you can find the rules and regs on the books for any number of states. We also produce a number of policy briefs. This past year, we produced a policy brief on climate change and how water recycling helps address challenges related to climate change, as well as a policy brief on affordability issues, how water recycling can help communities and businesses address affordability challenges. I think you already heard from Sharon Nappier about the National Water Reuse Action Plan. We were very involved in the development of the Water Reuse Action Plan. We were pleased to be one of the key stakeholders working with EPA to develop the recommendations contained in the Water Reuse Action Plan. We helped convene a number of stakeholders around the country to formulate recommendations in that plan. We also, are helping EPA implement the action plan, leading on a number of action items, co-leading and partnering on several others, and still very much convening our water sector partners in helping to ensure that the water sector continues to focus on implementation efforts under the Water Reuse Action Plan. This slide shows some of the other things, other tools we try to provide our members. Much of our work is focused on communications, helping our members to effectively communicate the benefits of water reuse to their elected officials, their ratepayers, community leaders. And this slide just presents some of the products that we have on our website that you can download and use in your outreach and advocacy in Oklahoma at the state level and in local communities. So the Water Reuse Association really takes a very broad approach to water recycling. We define it very broadly as the process of intentionally capturing wastewater, stormwater, salt water, or gray water and cleaning it as needed for a designated beneficial freshwater purpose, such as drinking, industrial processes, irrigation, surface or groundwater replenishment, and watershed restoration. Water recycling really does move us toward a more intentional and integrated water management system. Right now, I think all of you recognize now, a lot of people are interested in water reuse. We don't have great numbers on sort of a baseline of how much water is being recycled. The most recent numbers indicate perhaps nationwide about 7% of all wastewater effluent is recycled. In California, it's 20%. In other places, obviously much less than that. A recent report published by Bluefield Research suggests that within this current decade to 2027, the volume of recycled water from municipal wastewater supplies will increase by 37% across the country. Places like Oklahoma, Texas, Florida, we anticipate we'll see a great increase in the amount of recycled water being used for other beneficial purposes. This slide provides a nice infographic and visual of how recycled water is being used around the country to help communities ensure an adequate supply for drinking, for businesses, for important environmental ecosystems, and for recreational and agricultural purposes. And we'll delve deeper into some of these examples in a moment. But this, again, this infographic is on our website. You can download it and use it for your efforts locally to encourage more support for water reuse. So taking a closer look at some of these examples for agriculture, a great example that we like to talk about is the state of Idaho. Over 90% of the recycled water in Idaho is used for irrigating potato farms. Potato farming in agriculture in Idaho is about a $28 billion industry, a critical industry for that state. It also, as you know, often agriculture irrigation produces a lot of nutrients, a lot of nutrient runoff. And what the state of Idaho has found is that by using reclaimed wastewater, treating it to a very high level, advanced water treatment, they can reuse that wastewater, replacing the need to apply nutrients, other nutrients to the fields. And by doing so, Idaho has been able to reduce the amount of nitrogen and phosphorus going into their rivers. You see here, these statistics were about a couple of years ago, but on average every year, they're avoiding 2,000 tons of nitrogen and 500 tons of phosphorus going into surface waters. Huge amount. And it's proving to be a very effective way of sustaining an agricultural sector that otherwise is coming under pressure to reduce their environmental impacts. In Hilton Head and in other communities around the country where turf contributes to a large tourism industry. South Carolina, just one example. If you go to Hilton Head and golf, you're likely golfing on turf that's been irrigated with recycled water. This is supporting a $600 million recreational industry for the state of South Carolina. Another important application that recycled water is used for is in the industrial sector. Power plants use quite a bit of water for cooling, for other processes. A number of power plants around the country use recycled water for cooling. Anne Arundel County is just one example where they are receiving effluent from a nearby wastewater treatment plant. And they use it for cooling. They also recycle water on site. Another an example I love to talk about is our data centers. Data centers are water hogs. They need a lot of water for cooling. Little known fact, about 80% of all the internet traffic in North America is processed through data centers located in Loudoun County, Virginia. And those data centers are cooled by recycled water shipped to them from across the street from the wastewater treatment plant that's located literally across the street from those data centers. Another important use of recycled water that we're seeing across the country is environmental restoration projects. These are just two examples. In Texas, there's a nice man-made wetland that is helping to polish surface water that is contaminated with nutrients, wetlands are polishing that wastewater so that it can be then used downstream for their drinking water source. Another nice example of how recycled water is a recycled water approach is helping environmental restoration efforts is in Oregon along the Tualatin River. Clean Water Services is producing reclaimed water that is put back into the river and helping to sustain local agricultural industry, local fishing industry, recreational enthusiasts, and ensuring the sufficient supply of drinking water in summer months. Potable reuse obviously is an important application for water recycling. Nationally, about 60% of the recycled water is actually used for agricultural applications. Much of this in California, much of it in Texas, Oklahoma, obviously, and other arid states. But a growing and important use of reclaimed water is for potable water supply. Obviously, we have technology now that can clean any source of water to any degree of purity that you need for any purpose. And more communities, especially in the West, Southwest, places like Oklahoma, where scarcity issues are becoming more and more of a concern, communities are beginning to invest in very large-scale potable reuse projects. These three on this slide discuss some of those larger examples of potable reuse projects that are in California. Some of them you probably and likely have heard. Orange County Water District, one of the first large-scale projects to come online in the country, generates approximately 100 million gallons a day for their water needs. They're installing, right now they're in the process of expanding their recycled water operation, and by 2023, just in a couple of years, they'll be providing and producing about 130 MGD a day for potable reuse. This allows Orange County, obviously, to reduce imported supplies of water from the Colorado River and the Northern California Water Project. Also, San Diego, another big project, another big potable reuse project. They're online to begin in 2023, producing 30 MGD a day, going to 83 MGD by 2035. Again, this is going to reduce their reliance on imported supplies of water by 50% for San Diego County. Huge amount, a huge amount. And saving ratepayers quite a bit of money. And of course, the last big, bold project that we're all looking forward to is the city of Los Angeles, LA County. The Mayor Garcetti and the city has pledged that by 2035, 100% of their wastewater production, their produced wastewater will be recycled and used for other purposes, including drinking water. So we are watching that project very carefully. It's an exciting project, a big project, and it's going to make quite a statement, I think, nationally once that's completed. Those are examples of indirect potable reuse, and indirect potable reuse, as you likely know, use some sort of environmental barrier or some other treatment process that is a reservoir, some other treatment stop along the way, if you will, between the discharge of the effluent and the distribution of it through the drinking water distribution system. Many communities are now looking at direct potable reuse. and cutting out that middle step, removing the need to place the recycled effluent in a reservoir or in an underground aquifer. And they are looking to place that recycled effluent directly into distribution, the drinking water distribution system. The technology is such that you can feel pretty confident, very confident, that the water will be guaranteed to be pure and be treated to the standards that the drinking water supply system requires. And so El Paso is, I think, one of the first communities that will bring on a fairly large-scale DPR project in the next 10 years. They anticipate producing 10 MGD of direct potable reused water within the next 10 years. And this slide outlines some of the technology and the treatment train that they anticipate using for that process. Many states right now are developing regs for direct potable reuse. California is developing regs, Arizona is developing regs, Colorado, Florida, and Texas is now beginning to develop regs for direct potable reuse. So I think we'll see more systems come online that use just pipe-to-pipe recycled water systems. So to sum up, recycled water is taking many forms, and it can help communities and businesses solve a lot of water-related challenges, whether it's scarcity or environmental ecosystem challenges, challenges related to climate change. Reuse and recycling is being turned to help solve those problems. It's an effective solution. It's not just for drought anymore. Across the country, water reuse projects demonstrate how this water management approach generates economic, environmental, and public health dividends. And a growing number of water recycling practitioners and experts, researchers, and forward-thinking communities are reshaping our approach to water resource management using this approach. It's an exciting time to be a part of the water recycling movement. Finally, before I wrap up, I just wanted to put a plug in for the symposium. We organize the WateReuse Association in collaboration with the Water Research Foundation hold the only national symposium for utilities and businesses focused on the breadth of recycling. And that symposium this next year in 2022 is in San Antonio, March 6th through the 9th. Again, it's held in collaboration with the Water Research Foundation, which helps us produce a very solid track on the latest research going on in water reuse. So we encourage all of you to attend and hope to see many of you there. And you can go to our website and learn more about how to register for the symposium. I think right now we have early bird registration available for you. So I encourage you all to register and come to the symposium and check us out. If you're not already a member, I know some of you in the room are members, and we appreciate your membership and look forward to working with others who are interested in water reuse. So with that, I'm happy to take questions.
Great, thank you so much, Pat. Appreciate you being here with us. Yeah, that was really a great overview of reuse across the United States. I mean, it's just amazing. So we really appreciate all that you're doing to enhance water reuse here in the U.S. Well, moving on to our next speaker, as Pat talked about, a lot of the water is being reused in agriculture. And here in Oklahoma, that's no different. And over the last few years, Dr. Jason Masner, who's with the U.S. Geological Survey here in Oklahoma, has been doing a lot of research related to that. His research has been focusing on environmental effects from management practices on the disposal, reuse, or recycling of municipal waste, including landfill biosolids and treated effluent, as well as urban stormwater runoff, untreated animal waste from cattle, swine, and poultry, and oilfield waste, such as drilling, cuttings, fluids, and produced waters. So a major goal of his current research is focused on mixed amendments of the multiple land-applied reuse materials and the potential to maximize beneficial reuse while minimizing negative environmental effects. So Jason, thanks for being here with us today.
Thank you, Kevin. Hello, everybody. As Kevin mentioned, I'm Jason Masner with USGS Oklahoma Texas Water Science Center. I do appreciate being here and being part of the 41st Governor's Water Conference. And today we're going to talk in this presentation kind of about three different result perspectives, each independently and equally important to water reuse. So it's a quite comprehensive talk, and there's a lot of good stuff related to reuse that by doing the study design, I'll be able to bring out and share with you. So I want to acknowledge key people and agencies, the Oklahoma State University, Michael Pettyjohn, Brian Arnell. These folks were instrumental in at the Ag Research Station in Chickasha, Oklahoma. Just a very talented group of people. We couldn't have done it without them. EPSCoR Lab, Justin Groves, Ken Frichet, Dave Burton, they are just a really talented lab in Ada, Oklahoma, and we don't really do much without them. We kind of do a lot of stuff together. Utility, U.S. Water Corporation, Darrell White, Deborah Seagroves, they run the wastewater treatment plant there at the city of Chickasha. And just together with OSU, EPA, and U.S. Water Corp, we were able to do some pretty detailed, comprehensive science related to water reuse. Funding, I'll just mention it's from USGS Environmental Health Program, Food Resources Integrated Science Team. And the study we're going to talk about today is kind of expanded from previous work we did, again, with the US EPA Kerr Lab folks and USGS Environmental Health, where we did a national assessment of urban stormwaters across the United States, going into green infrastructure, prior to going into green infrastructure, water infiltration galleries, spreading grounds, numerous green infrastructure devices, but also just urban stormwater. So very comprehensive data set, and of interest, a finding of particular interest, and I guess this laser pointer is not going to work, but anyway, was this one in red. Storm event organic concentrations and loads were comparable to and often exceeded those of daily wastewater treatment plants. That was, to make that conclusion, we dove in the literature. We pulled out many studies related to emerging contaminants across the world, and we kind of looked at their daily treatment loads or treatment capacity, and we sorted everything and binned it, and then compared it to our volume catchments from our urban stormwater data set, and we were able to make this inference, you know. And we also realized it wasn't really, the study wasn't designed to address that, you know. We were sampling things from China with Pennsylvania and Oklahoma, but I mean, we felt pretty confident in that. But it was justification and reason why we wanted to do a more detailed, comprehensive study where things were kind of normalized, you know, by all analytical methods being generating results from the same method, right? Sampled the same way, all within one municipal watershed system, not 50, right? So hence, we worked with our EPA folks and OSU, and we found a site in Chickasha, Oklahoma, and it involves the emerging contaminant composition concentrations of 4 different reuse waters. And I keep mentioning emerging contaminants. We also did rare earth elements and organics, metals. I mean, we did a very comprehensive suite. But the presentation kind of focuses on the organics, the emerging contaminants. I do touch on some rare earth elements and gadolinium because you can use these ratios to look at municipal influences. But the ag runoff, I keep wanting to use my laser pointer. I'm sorry. I'm very hands-on type guy. Agricultural runoff, we split into 2 different water types, right? We had a field that was influenced from reclaimed wastewater used to grow corn, and then we had standard dryland corn. So while we are able to also look at compositions, concentrations, potential environmental effects from 4 reuse waters, you could also now look at water quality effects from the application of reclaimed wastewater on irrigated ag field to grow corn. So, and then you can now, because all these discharges are occurring at the same site, right, within a couple, 300-400 meters of each other, you can now look at their inorganic, organic contaminant loads to surface water, right? Is effluent providing more contaminants than stormwater, or is ag, and you know, how's it break down? So very cool site that allows all this to be studied. Looking at the site, I'm not going to be able to laser point, am I? So right here is our ag fields, irrigated ag, non-irrigated ag. I kind of have this color theme going from purple to yellow. Yellow just meaning straight ag. Purple means wastewater influence. 24, 20 acres, you know, that's the size of our fields. All variables for planting and growing of the corn were exact controlled variables, pesticides and, you know, herbicides, fertilizer. The only difference was this one received irrigation when it needed it. Well, we didn't just irrigate it. It was based on crop irrigation requirements and growth stage curves. But we also had urban stormwater, right? Drains 2/3 of the urban stormwater from city of Chickasha, about 1,700 hectares. Surface water, so this is upstream. And we were able to look at what is in the water before all these discharges occur. So we built a data set there, and knowing what was already in the water and what these other discharges were contributing to it, you can kind of look at, you know, chemical contributions to surface water in one system and not 500 from across the world. I'll just mention that all of our sampling was done with automatic samplers, and we sampled composites, not grabs, and we sampled throughout the entire the stormwater event, the runoff event. In the case of the reclaimed wastewater piped to a pivot irrigation, they irrigated in 24-hour increments. So we sampled 24 samples over that 24-hour period and composite them into one composite sample. The urban stormwater site, we just did a grab. We just went out and sampled when we sampled our other sites. What did we look for? 706 chemicals, about 650 are organic and the rest are inorganic. Pharmaceuticals, PFAS, pesticides, but just anything relevant to farming or wastewater treatment plant. Microplastics, I'll touch on that a little bit. I mentioned the automatic samplers and our sample types. We have our irrigation water, our 2 ag waters, our storm water, surface water, but then we also collected at-harvest corn plant samples. The stuff I'm talking about today is kind of a pilot. 2019, I call it the pilot. 2020 is the real study, right? But I did collect samples knowing I would be doing 2020, and I did analyze the at-harvest corn samples from 2019 for pharmaceuticals and PFAS. So, moving on, a quick figure showing daily precip across when we planted corn, which was early April, and when we harvested. And shown in red is just the precipitation event that caused a runoff sample to be collected. Inside the box is the sites that we got a sample from. In the middle is the time when we started irrigating. It was just crazy wet. Chris talked about being wet times. This was a really wet time, so we didn't need to irrigate. I was thinking the study's going to fail because we're not irrigating, you know. But eventually it dried out. We started irrigating over 24 days, and we put out a total of 6.3 million liters of reclaimed wastewater to grow that corn. And then we wait for runoff events to occur, and we sample when they do and what we can. And notice that the irrigated ag field ran some and generated runoff events, but the non-irrigated ag didn't because it was still acting like a sponge from all that dry. But the irrigated field was wetter, so it ran. But we eventually got them all, and in total, we had 15 composite samples, and then our blanks. Very good quality assurance on this project. Now, looking at some results, I kind of mentioned my color scheme for effluent, stormwater, my ags and my ags influence with effluent, and then surface water. Organic chemicals, 644 organics, 220 were detected. Number of organics in effluent and urban stormwater, 3 to 4 times more organics than in irrigated ag, 2 to 3 times as many detections in each sample. Total organic concentration as large as 165,000 nanograms in effluent irrigation, a little bit less in urban stormwater. Shown here is, shown there is the total organic concentration and the distribution of individual concentrations. And I want to provide some context with the effluent, right? I mean, 165,000 nanograms, why is that so much higher than the other ones? I want to mention disinfection byproducts. That's kind of why, like 76% of the concentration is from disinfection byproducts, which is not a bad thing, right? They protect the environment, they make it safer. And another good thing is that when they do release in the water, in the environment, they dissipate, they volatilize, so they go away, and we don't see them again. So just because the things are high, it's just we're doing totals, we're doing bulk analysis. Looking at the irrigated ag and the non-irrigated ag, you can't really see much difference between fields that received treated wastewater and fields that didn't, with totals and bulks anyway. Looking at proportions, this is a good way to be able to compare compositions, concentrations within multiple reuse waters, side by side, all collected with the same method. So in the case of our Chickasha data set, we had effluent irrigation accounting for roughly 40% of all detections from all reuse waters and 55% of the total concentration. Irrigated ag and non-irrigated ag, much less. Urban stormwater, quite a few, 35% detected, and around 15% of the concentration. On the right is proportions broken down by chemical class, and I mentioned disinfection byproducts, and we didn't see them in any other of the reuse waters. 100% were in the effluent. In blue is the prescription farms, and you can see that there's a lot of prescription farms in treated effluent, and 85% of detections and 94% of the total pharmaceutical concentration was accounted for in effluent irrigation. Irrigated ag, pesticides are the story there. And in stormwater, we have PEHs and non-prescriptions. This is kind of interesting in that non-prescription farms, there's more detected and at higher concentrations in urban stormwater than there is in treated effluent. And I'll kind of mention as I go on. How am I doing on time? Good. So I'll kind of mention things relevant, like a specific chemical or class of chemicals as needed. So again, shown on the left is our reuse waters and their individual distribution concentrations grouped by chemical class. And I mentioned pesticides, and from here, things are sorted by water type and number of chemicals detected. So I mentioned pesticides. They're pretty much abundant in all the waters, and the concentrations tend to be a little higher in our ag runoff. And that is particular 2,4-D, glyphosate, metallochlor, and atrazine. Right, we use those in the production of the corn. So, things were, 10,000, 15,000 nanogram per liter, causing those to go high. Prescription farms, we mentioned that in the effluent, quite abundant, range, 3-4 orders of magnitude concentration. Urban stormwater, this is relevant here because they're also not nearly as abundant, but the concentrations, are 3 orders of magnitude apart. And I'll just mention the metformin over here. Metformin in urban stormwater is found quite frequently and at greater concentrations than in our treated effluent. We've seen this in the National Urban Stormwater Study. This study mirrors what we've seen in the National Urban Stormwater Study, and it's kind of reassuring in that fact. Non-prescription pharmaceuticals detected more frequently in larger concentrations in urban stormwater than in effluent irrigation. We've seen that in the National Urban Stormwater Study. PFAS linear, higher concentrations in urban stormwater than in treated effluent. PEH is just very abundant in urban stormwater. Almost half of all detected concentrations exceeded human health and ambient water quality criteria concentrations in urban stormwater. Banned insecticides were frequently detected in effluent irrigation and urban stormwater, but not in ag or in the surface water. Insecticides, imidacloprid, fipronil, clyaphanin, sorry, I can't pronounce that, but they, in effluent irrigation, all of them exceeded aquatic life benchmark criteria. One urban stormwater sample was predicted to be at risk from endocrine disruption. That's good news. We didn't look for genetic modifications or biological effects, just estrogicity. So, there's a lot of chemicals in here, and having one, I guess you could say, is better than having 6. Microplastics, I mentioned this very complicated field, microplastics. We wanted to get into it. We wanted to see in 2019 if we need to be concerned with microplastics in our 2020 study. So we collected some recon samples, and yes, we need to be concerned with microplastics. They are quite abundant, almost too numerous to even count in effluent and biosolids and urban stormwater, and even the runoff from the ag fields. So we dove in, we partnered up with our friends at the University of Oklahoma, Joseph Lito, Mark Nanny. They are working on a method that is going to be groundbreaking, really groundbreaking. Looking at microplastics down to 1 to 10 micrometers, counting them, determining concentrations, standards, a lot of stuff that hasn't been done related to microplastic data, interpretation, quantification. They're doing it, and we're proud to be partnered with them. Okay, now looking at how am I doing on time? 2 minutes. Okay, we can do this. To surface water. Looking at surface water. So you take our sampling times and how much water was contributed to surface water. All the flows, the total flows from all reuse samples and events accounted for 1.8% to the Ouachita River. But yet those contaminant contributions accounted for 20% of the totally emerging contaminant load to surface water. So, and then we break it down here, by organic chemical load and specific emerging contaminant load by water type. And ag runoff is such a small catchment, such small volume of water. We're talking less than 2% of the total emerging contaminant load, even though pesticides were 10, 15, 20,000 nanogram per liter. Stormwater, on the other hand, you can see, I can't get over there, I can't point. So urban stormwater, right? Twice as much volume when you compare it to a daily effluent from a small wastewater treatment plant in Chickasha. So things creep up, right? Stormwater, these episodic stormwater events, contributing more PAHs than our effluent, almost as many prescription farms total. I mentioned the metformin was already greater in stormwater. Pesticides, even though they're really high in ag, the volume in the stormwater makes them high. Anyway, I'll move on. Water quality effects. So we can also not look at, things to stormwater, but we can look at effects to ag runoff that received effluent irrigation. So over in the far left is the total organic load that the 24-day irrigation period put on the surface of that land. No clear-cut observable differences in bulk and total chemical concentrations, nor significant gadolinium ratios. A majority of the organic load in runoff from irrigated ag is from non-wastewater treatment plant derived pesticides. So, with a detailed comparison and much more work, there's only 2 chemicals out of the 138 that was in the wastewater effluent that we might ought to be concerned with. And it was imidacloprid and estrone, right? Imidacloprid is an insecticide, estrone is a hormone. These chemicals, were not in the dry land ag that didn't receive, that did not receive treated effluent, but they were in the source waters. And we did see them in runoff. They were mobilized and transported in the runoff. So estrone and imidacloprid. And then in our corn samples collected at harvest, again, we only did pharmaceuticals and PFAS. We found no PFAS in the corn in which treated wastewater had been applied. We found no PFAS in the other corn that did receive it. But we did find 2 antibiotics, norfloxacin and ciprofloxacin and DEET in the corn from the field that received treated effluent. but no PFAS, which is good, right? So I think I've already talked about the conclusions. Only 2 of the 178 immobilized in runoff. More work to be done on plant uptake and things, and we really do that in 2020. We've kind of already done it. So in 2020, I'll just mention, we drop the stormwater, we drop the surface water, and we pick up a third field, which is biosolids. And then we continue, so we have 3 fields: dry land, irrigated, biosolid. We look at all environmental media: soils, plants, earthworms, runoff. It's the true holistic science related to reuse. Okay, I think that's it. I had a few more slides, but I won't get into them because I think we're short on time. So.
Any questions for Jason? But Jason, I was amazed at the number of constituents that y'all are measuring. That is incredible to be measuring that many, and so I really look forward to your final results and getting to see those. Our next speaker today is Dr. Hank Jenkins-Smith. Dr. Jenkins-Smith is a professor in political science department at the University of Oklahoma. He serves as co-director of the Institute for Public Policy Research and Analysis. He has published books and articles on public policy, water resources, national security, natural disasters, and energy and environmental policy. He is the science co-lead, along with myself and Dr. Carol Silva, on a 5-year NSF study focusing on finding socially sustainable solutions to complex problems at the intersection of weather, water, land cover, and infrastructure in Oklahoma. Hank, glad to have you here with us today.
Thanks, Kevin. I appreciate being here. This is a great forum. The Governor's Water Conference has always been a place of bringing together all kinds of great discussions of water. I'm going to take a different tack, so this is going to seem a little bit different from the prior discussions. My interest is in talking about water as part of a bundle of problems that we're confronted with, something that we call wicked problems. Let's see if I can advance. So is there a secret handshake? There we go. All right. Kevin mentioned that we are co-primary investigators on a fairly large project, what we refer to as the S3OK project, finding sustainable solutions to really challenging problems in Oklahoma. This is funded by the National Science Foundation through their EPSCoR program. This is a Track 1 grant. It's a 5-year, $20 million project that is intended to build the capacity of the research institutions in Oklahoma, particularly in the STEM areas, with a focus on challenging problems in those states. Our submission is, as Kevin noted, it's socially sustainable solutions to water, carbon, and infrastructure resilience in Oklahoma. So it's really the overlap of weather, water, soil, and infrastructure. Those are the things that we're most interested in here. Kevin is the PI on the program. Dr. Carol Silva and I are the science leads. We wrote the science part of the proposal. The collaborators on this are very far-reaching. OSU, OU, the Noble Research Institute, Southwestern Oklahoma, ECU, University of Tulsa, Langston University, and it's got faculty and researchers and students from all of those institutions working together. There's about 90 of us, last count at our research conference, all working on this, and the numbers grow over time. Part of what's fun about these NSF projects is they allow us to hire new faculty. 3 new faculty being hired at OSU, 3 new faculty at OU, all focusing on these kinds of super challenging problems. The grand challenge for this project is to find
broadly acceptable and sustainable solutions to what we call wicked problems, and you've all seen this term used a lot. I'll define it, how we used it in a minute. In Oklahoma, that are in the overlapping domains of these changing seasonal to subseasonal weather extremes. You probably saw Jeff Becerra's presentation yesterday. Jeff is one of the science team leads on this project, looking at the way variations in extreme weather in Oklahoma are beginning to impact all of these other domains. Changing patterns of water quantity and quality in Oklahoma, and particularly we're interested in the increasing fraction of available water that's substandard, and what we're doing about that, which is why all of this discussion about water reuse has been so fascinating, and it's dead center in much of what we're working on. The shifting water carbon dynamics in Oklahoma. It's basically land use management practices and soil quality, and the interaction of those factors in how water surges and declines that happen because of this variable weather pattern regime that we're increasingly seeing. And of course, all of those things tie into infrastructure. Everything from water diversion and control and containment to transportation. And as we saw last year, we had 2 major weather events that had major impacts on the grid. So we have a big piece of the project that's focusing on grid stability in the face of increasingly variable weather and how that's tied. Of course, you know, in that period, we had a lot of water systems shut down because of the super deep freeze in February of last year. So the way I want you to think about this is you can't really pull out any piece of this and say, we're going to do this in isolation. We can solve this problem. That doesn't work that way. They're connected. These are all entangled problems. We call these wicked problems. This is a wicked problem too, advancing the slide. Wicked problems are challenging in large part because we really don't have complete knowledge to work with. Right? We're still learning a lot. There are divergent interpretations of these problems by different groups. And the problems overlap across a lot of different domains that traditionally have been their own separate world. And so what we're getting as these problems become more complex, more overlapping, more challenging, we're finding them drawing together people who traditionally haven't had to work together. So what S3OK is about is developing and testing science-based solutions for these wicked problems that are at the intersection of seasonal to subseasonal weather extremes, marginal variable quality water, the terrestrial water carbon dynamics and infrastructure. Shorthand, weather, water, soil, and infrastructure. Those are the key pillars of these challenges, and our contention is basically you cannot solve any of these things in isolation. They require collaboration across those domains. That means stakeholders, and the involvement of stakeholders is absolutely central to any effective system for coming up with solutions that are ultimately sustainable. S3OK has 4 broad stakeholder groups. The first is the science teams. As I mentioned, there's approximately 90 faculty, researchers, students, and others that are engaged in the project from within institutions in Oklahoma. Deliberately set up so that we're spanning multiple institutions, we're talking to each other. We don't all fall down the Bedlam hole. And are able to actually work well across campuses. So that's been one of the things that's been so fun, is getting to know people all over the state. Coupled with that, we have an external peer science network. So each of the teams is identifying and recruiting top-notch science advisors from institutions outside of Oklahoma. That group of growing importance over the 5 years of the study is going to be providing essentially a feeder for innovation going on elsewhere in the country, both directions, things that are happening here being promulgated elsewhere and stuff that is happening elsewhere teaching us. But without that, essentially become isolated, and we wanted to explicitly build it in. A third stakeholder group is the Opinion Leader Advisory Network, and I'll spend a little bit of time on that in a moment. But this is a diverse mix of state leaders, some of whom have been in this meeting, that are from public, private, and nonprofit sectors in Oklahoma, who are essential to being able to deal with these problems. We have been as explicit as we could be about making sure that we really traverse the weather, water, soil, and infrastructure domains in having people involved. I know you can't do any of this if you can't bring citizens along. And you know, we are a representative system, and even if we came up with the perfect technical solution, if it wasn't broadly acceptable to the public, it wouldn't be sustainable. And the reason is our system makes it rewarding for political leaders to respond to those concerns. And if they're out there, and they do, you'll see it happen. It happens all the time. That's why we have such a challenge with misinformation in the United States, is because people who come to believe and become misinformed are represented in the political process. It's just the way it works. So we want to include Oklahomans very broadly in the project. We have a panel of about 2,500 households randomly selected from across the state who talk to us twice a year and tell us, give us feedback about the way these problems are affecting them. They provide us with a test bed for exploring potential options for different ways of explaining or providing a narrative to the public of how these problems work, and experiments in policy solutions. And so this group is absolutely critical to us, and they feed information forward to our science teams and to the OLAN, so that we're essentially not hothouse building here. We are trying to make robust understandings and policy and potential policy solutions on the course of this project. This is how they fit together. It's a 5-year project, as I mentioned. We have the science teams, the gray pie slices there, all embedded in the extended science peer network. Every year we have an annual S3OK Academy. We had the first one last May, very successful, in which the opinion leader group essentially is in charge of that meeting. And they hear about what the science teams are doing. They provide feedback to the science teams. This is also where we distill and update both teams in terms of what the Oklahoma public is thinking. That then lays the agenda and focus for the subsequent year. And we iterate through this process over 5 years, working toward a joint framework, a jointly written framework on what sustainable solutions would look like for Oklahoma in these domains going forward over the next couple of decades. Obviously, it's pretty ambitious, and a lot of people pulling hard to make this go. So in these groups, the science teams were built in a way to make sure that they were networked as well. As I mentioned, stovepiping is absolutely threatening to this process. If you have the definition of problems and the development of solutions that are only working one aspect of these wicked, overlapping, or nested sets of problems, you're gonna end up wasting time and energy and missing opportunities. So the science teams themselves were built in such a way that we have people, every team has members from the other teams on them. So that the people who are working on water filtration, for example, or potential water reuse have folks who study public processes involved. So that we're engaging back and forth on what those might look like. We have a project in the field right now in which we're exploring with the Oklahoma public the perception of the threats to the grid from variable weather and willingness to pay to resolve those kinds of problems for different potential solutions. So all of these are they're bridging across these teams. I mentioned the Opinion Leader Advisory Network. There are currently about 50 state opinion leaders that are serving on the O-Land. Putting this group together was really quite interesting. Our operational head for this is a fantastic woman named Susan Paddock, who now works in my institute. And she is an amazing dynamo for finding and bringing together people who really are willing to put their shoulder to the wheel on these kinds of problems. She is outstanding. Right now, we're at 50 members of the O-Land. Eventually, by the end of the project, we're going to go to 100. The reason we didn't fill it up right away is in part because we know that we're going to be discovering aspects of this problem that require representation from opinion leaders in different places, and we need to leave room essentially for bringing on, as we learn, people from those new areas. The opinion leaders right now are working on problem priorities. So the first iteration, our first academy, was really trying to understand how in Oklahoma, from different perspectives, we should understand the relative priority of these overlapping problems. Once we have that better understood, we'll start working on solutions. But as you know, if you start out with solutions, you end up getting people having their heels dug in. It's very difficult to work backward from preferred solutions to an understanding of problems. You gotta work the other way around. We engage with the O-Land through a variety of mechanisms. To mention the annual S3OK Academies, those are always in May. Last year, sadly, we had to do it remote. We're really hoping to get away from that. You just cannot replace the in-person aspect of building trust, engaging in dialogue, essentially understanding problems of different perspectives requires being able to hear it and being able to understand it and build compassion for it. And that's where you start building these kinds of bridges and the realization that I can't solve my problem unless we're also addressing this problem. We have a continuous conversation going on in a Slack channel for our opinion leaders. They answer survey questions for us a couple of times a year. And we also have, so the great thing about having a group like this is that as we come across problems that we know we need to understand better, we can quickly find the right individuals or subgroups and have essentially focused discussions on what's possible in these different areas. And it's an amazing tool. It's something I've never had before as a researcher for understanding policy problems. And uh-oh, our meeting is over. This is just a listing of the organizations from which our different O-Land members come. They are from the Oklahoma Rural Water Association. We have people from Blue Thumb. We have members of corporations, Continental Resources, OG&E. We have members of both the House and the Senate. And so it's really been a fascinating process watching this develop. The Academy in May focused on all 4 of those key science areas, but look at what popped up as the primary concern in Oklahoma. Water rises to the surface. And it's fascinating to me the way it was interwoven with all of the other elements. Conservation of water supply was something that was raised in virtually every subgroup that we had. The growing fraction of water supply that's of marginal quality. The problem associated with overlapping water jurisdictions. Cost of water reuse. Inefficiency in water reuse. The 2022 Academy next May will focus on challenges in addressing these kinds of problems. Our public stakeholder group is based on this sample. It says 2,000, about 2,500 households in Oklahoma that are asked for advice and guidance on how to develop these socially sustainable solutions. We talk to them twice a year. The first wave of their input came last spring. That one focused broadly on problem definition and what people thought the causes of those problems were, which has been a really interesting take on the difference between the way the policy community thinks about these problems versus the public. One of the issues that sadly rose to the surface a lot was people were concerned about littering and its impact on water in Oklahoma. And it's partly because they just haven't engaged in these conversations. And so we're going to watch the evolution of this understanding over time. The second wave is now in the field. Expect to have it done this month. That one, as I mentioned a little while ago, is focusing on the grid and grid stability in the face of variable weather. We asked our households if they were advising scientists and policymakers who are working on this S3OK project, which of the following would you tell them requires the most attention? And then we gave them categories. Water quality topped the list. That's got people worried. It's differential. I could split this out for you if we had time and show you that in urban areas, that's a much more significant concern than it is in rural areas. Water availability has not yet penetrated so far in the public consciousness. It comes down the list behind transportation infrastructure, the grid, wildlife habitat, water cost, and soil quality come even further down. The point of this chart is to really convey the fact that soil quality and the nature of Oklahoma's landscape has a lot of impact on water quality. And so having such a difference in priorities across those two things is reflective of the ground we can cover by actually making them clearly linked in the narrative about policy solutions in Oklahoma. We asked about the degree to which people have concerns in their region in Oklahoma. And you can see here for water availability, cost, and quality, the concerns were not off the charts, but highest for water quality. We're going to be tracking this, particularly as in light of different policy options. So, good timing. Moving forward, we are going to focus on deepening the understanding of these overlapping problems in water, land, and infrastructure that face Oklahoma today. This is the province of the science teams, each of whom has their own deep project going in those areas. We're going to foster and sustain regular collaboration across the research institutions in the state in the pursuit of that. We're regularly going to be consulting with a diverse array of opinion leaders and Oklahoma residents as we do this in order to understand how well the problems that we identify are recognized across the state and the degree to which potential sets of policy solutions that address multiple domains are acceptable, sustainably acceptable to that population. We're trying as much as possible in this project to strengthen and deepen transdisciplinary cooperation. And that means we have scientists of all stripes and across multiple institutions who are working together. And overall, the focus is on identifying this framework for coming up with sustainable solutions to our most pressing problems in Oklahoma. So thank you. I appreciate having a moment to talk about this project. It certainly meshes so well with the discussion that's been going on at this conference. And I appreciate your time. And I'm going to turn the mic back over to Kevin.
Real quick, are there any questions for Hank? All right. Well, this is really going to be a project to watch. I think there's going to be a lot of great outcomes, and I look forward to providing some updates to you in the future. So I get to wrap us up today. Usually you save the best for last, but that didn't happen today. Sorry about that. But it is a real pleasure to get to tell you about the Master Irrigator program, and you all got to hear some about it this morning with Darren Buck. I wish he could have been around for this because I'm going to give him a lot of good plugs here because he's already given the program. First of all, this has really been a teamwork effort from the start, and I'm going to hit on that a couple of times during the presentation. But Darren mentioned Summit Sharma and Jason Warren have been critical to this, and they have been. They've really led the development of the training aspect of the program. But we also have Salih Tagvian and Scott Frazier that have also helped out with the training, but they're also the ones that go out with our mobile irrigation lab to the individual farms, and I'll tell you more about that later. Really, my job has been to serve as a head cheerleader and drill sergeant all at the same time, so to keep things moving forward on the program. So we all know that irrigation water conservation is a critical piece to achieving water for 2060, but it's super important to the ag producers as well. They're getting hit with a lot of things right now, especially with related to water. You know, we're seeing declining groundwater levels. Darren talked about that there in the Panhandle, and we did a survey up there and found that 87% of the producers in the Panhandle had experienced declining well capacities on their farms, and as a result of that, half of them had converted irrigated cropland to dry land at some time in the past. So it's having an impact on them, and so they really see the need for enhancing irrigation efficiency. But drought, you know, Darren also mentioned that too, is impacting not only the producers in the Panhandle that are relying on the groundwater, but it also impacted those in southwest Oklahoma just a few years ago when the Lugard-Altus Irrigation District wasn't able to deliver water at all in 2012 and 2013. So that really impacted their economics in that region. So we understand there's a huge need for improving irrigation water use efficiency, but how do we do that? I think it comes down to, with many things in water, improving our infrastructure, our water infrastructure, and improving our water management. So really this first piece is focused on the infrastructure aspect, and the ag producers in the state have already done a lot. More than 90% of our irrigated acres in Oklahoma are now using center pivots. And most of those systems are mid-elevation spray application or MESA systems. So if you look at the chart there in the bottom right, and Darren talked a little bit about this, that conversion from furrow irrigation, which is about 60% efficient, to the MESA systems, they're close to 80. So we achieved a 20% increase in our efficiency by that action. But there's a lot of other systems out there. There's two center pivot systems, the LISA, that's low elevation spray application, and low energy precision application systems. That conversion of them raise you up above 90% efficiency. And then really the gold standard is subsurface strip irrigation. But the major issue with these systems for the producers is they are very capital intensive. So like most infrastructure, that's the story. They're very capital intensive to do that. So really that gets us to the management. How can we improve the management? And that really gets back to the precision irrigation using sensors, soil moisture sensors, plant sensors, and irrigation schedulers. So these have a lot smaller capital footprint for the ag producers to adopt. You know, Darren talked about this morning that it cost him for a soil moisture sensor, what was it? It's $1,500 to purchase the sensor, and then there's a $600 a year subscription fee. So, $2,100 per field versus, over $1,000 an acre to convert to subsurface strip irrigation and other things like that. So a lot less capital investment here. And a lot of recent research has shown that this precision irrigation can really increase water productivity. Some research done in the Texas Panhandle showed that they were able to reduce water use by 10%, while at the same time increasing yield 13%, so their overall increase in water productivity was a 25% increase. And even Darren this morning talked about how he's been able to reduce from 1 million gallons per day in use down to 720,000 gallons per day, and you have the same level of productivity. So again, he's achieved about a 28% increase on his farm that he's been able to see. So, with the very small capital investment, we're seeing well over a 20% increase in our water productivity. So like Darren said, this is really some low-hanging fruit. But unfortunately, this is some data from the National Ag Census that they do every 5 years. And you can see very few producers in Oklahoma, so this is just showing the data for Oklahoma, use those plant moisture sensors and those soil moisture sensors and irrigation schedulers, really 5% or less. But Oklahoma's not alone on this. You look at Texas, you look at New Mexico, Colorado, Kansas, they're all in the same boat. Very few of their producers currently use those technologies that are available. Darren said, he has a lot of his colleagues are using those. Those guys are at the top. I mean, they are the real innovators that are out there. So what are some of the barriers to adoption? Again, going back to the National Ag Statistics, really you can see it gets down to time and money. That's the same reason a lot of us don't do things is either they feel like it's gonna cost us more time or it's gonna cost us more money. The number one reason or the number one barrier has been investigating improvements is not a priority. With the adoption of any technology, there's a tremendous learning curve, and just with all the day-to-day activities it requires to run a farm, implementing new technology has really not risen to the level yet that they've been able to effectively implement them. But funding and money comes into factor as well. Improvements producers don't feel would cover installation costs, or they just simply can't finance improvements. So overcoming that learning curve and providing some financial assistance are really some keys there to adoption. So let's talk about those. So one thing also that Darren talked about, I wish I could have followed him in his presentation, but in 2018, the year that the National Ag Census was released, there were a couple of commercially available scheduling tools released that year. So I'm really anxious to see in the next Ag Census if this makes a difference, but I think it will. So the two major irrigation supply companies in 2018 released some commercial scheduling tools. Prior to 2018, there was a lot of universities that had developed irrigation scheduling tools, but they didn't sync with the irrigation equipment that the producers were using. So when the companies come out with these, they sync with the controllers and everything. So it really, I think, is going to help enhance the use of some of these irrigation tools. But I think extension education has really got to be a major piece of this. Overcoming that learning curve, helping the producers through that. I think education through the Extension Service has a major role. And there's been a lot of studies in recent years that have showed that working with landowners, that landowners trust the information from the Extension Service. And in fact, one study found that the number of visits with Extension was the most significant factor in influencing conservation practice adoption. So there's a major role, I think, for Extension to play in this. But we can't get away from that financial assistance. You go back to the National Ag Census, and over half of the barriers to adoption go back to money, go back to the finances. So that's got to be a piece. So with the Master Irrigator program, we're really trying to pair the Extension Education program with financial assistance. And I would like to say that, we invented this in Oklahoma, but we didn't. We're copying a program that was initially piloted in the Texas Panhandle very effectively by the North Plains Groundwater Conservation District. They work closely with the NRCS to get some additional funding for producers that participated in a training program, and they've seen some terrific results there. As a result of that, Colorado's developed a program, and then we instituted a program here in Oklahoma that started just this year. So our program consists of a 4-day training on advanced irrigation management. Those graduates then are eligible for financial incentives, and then we also provide them on-farm assistance through our mobile irrigation lab. And this has been a true partnership effort. The Water Resources Board has been critical to this, along with the Oklahoma Conservation Commission, the USDA NRCS. But I'd say really the spearhead, the real drivers of this program have been the ag producers themselves and the Oklahoma Panhandle Ag Irrigators Association in particular. If it wasn't for them really pushing us along, I'm not sure that we would have ever put this program together. So I'd like to put a shout out to them and kudos for all that they've done, because they really recognize the need and the benefit of this program. So we had our first program January, February of this year up in Goodwill, Oklahoma in the Panhandle. Next year we're going to Altus, to that area. Then we'll be back in Goodwill the following year. And then future years, we don't know yet. You know we eventually want to get to the Rush Springs Aquifer. We want to get to Woodward, Enid, in that area. So we'll be moving this program and really making it truly a statewide program. Just a couple of things I want to mention about the training program. Much like Hank mentioned, the involvement of the stakeholders, of the producers in this program is absolutely critical. As we move from region to region, the irrigation and the needs change, and so we need to make sure that our curriculum of our training program reflects that. So, when we went to the Panhandle, everybody up there uses center pivots. So it was a very simple program, maybe not simple, but we only had to focus on center pivots there for the most part. As we're developing our program for Altus, we have center pivot irrigation, we have drip irrigation, and we still have furrow irrigation. We have irrigation with groundwater, irrigation with surface water, and we have increasing issues with salinity, and so how do you manage that with water quality? So it's a much more complex program going down to Altus. But regardless, as part of our core curriculum, we usually go over soil water relationships and soil moisture sensors. That's one of our core pieces that we go over during our program. We also talk about plant water relationships and irrigation schedulers. So we can talk to the producers about when it's best to water to get the most bang for the buck. And then that's where the irrigation schedulers come into play. But then we also talk about the different irrigation systems, as well as pumps, equipment maintenance, and then other tools and technologies and incentive programs that are available out there to help them implement those. With the financial incentives, I'd like to thank all of our partners on this, the Water Resources Board, the Conservation Commission, NRCS, and the local soil and water conservation districts. The graduates of our program are eligible for $2,000 reimbursement for soil moisture sensors, irrigation schedulers, and other water-saving devices. We don't want to just train the ag producers on these technologies and then just say, all right, well, good luck with that. We want to put one of those technologies in their hand for them to use from day one. So we've been able to work closely with our partners to make sure that that happens. We're also able to work with NRCS to get additional points on EQIP applications from our graduates to help them implement some of the more expensive infrastructure systems, irrigation systems that they may need to upgrade the irrigation on their farms. So it's been great working with our partners, and I think this is going to have a lot of benefits. The last piece, and this is different than any of the other states, Texas doesn't have this, Colorado doesn't have this either, but we provide on-farm assistance with the mobile irrigation lab, and we do two things with that mobile irrigation lab. We do both an energy audit as well as a water audit. So the energy audit, we're looking at depth to water table because that impacts, the amount of energy it requires to pull it to the surface for the groundwater irrigators. We look at energy use from both natural gas and electricity. We look at pump and engine and motor efficiency. And then we do some calculations for the producers to show that, hey, if you're able to make some upgrades and improvements to your system, this is how much money you can save. So that'll help them make the decision of, is it time to replace this motor or this engine or this pump on their different farms. With the water audit, we look at flow rates, application uniformity of their sprinkler systems. We also look for water loss. So we look at their water conveyance efficiency. So what has our impact been to date? So with our first cohort, they manage over 70,000 acres of land. So, we have potential for great impact if those practices are put into place that we talked about. 65% of our participants had never attended an irrigation education program before. And due to the training, a majority were interested in learning more and intended to use some of the precision irrigation tools that we had talked to them about. Over 95% responded that their knowledge about irrigation had increased a moderate to a great deal as a result of our training. And attendees indicated that they intended to use soil moisture sensors the most, followed by irrigation schedulers. So it looks like we may be able to have an impact. We'll be doing some follow-up surveys in about 6 months with the producers just to see, who has actually implemented some of these practices and just get some follow-up on the training in the program. This is my final slide here that I'll end on. With our mobile irrigation lab, we've done some visits in both the Rush Springs area as well as the Ogallala Aquifer area. We found that overall, pumping efficiency as a whole is not that bad. You can see in the Rush Springs where they predominantly use electrical motors and pumps. They recommend a 66% efficiency. Our producers averaged about 43% there, so there's obviously a need for improving some of their efficiency with that. Ogallala wasn't as bad as I was expecting with the natural gas, recommended 17%. On average, we saw 14%. But so there's still an opportunity there for improving efficiency of those systems. With our water audit, we found that 67% of the center pivots had acceptable application uniformity, but 33% were poor. So it's not unusual to find, like in the picture there, maybe one of the whole nozzles is missing and it's just blowing water out in one area, and that reduces the pressure and the amount of water being applied in the rest of the pivot. So, one portion of your field's getting a whole lot of extra water and the whole rest of your field's not getting as much as you think it's getting. So that can obviously have a major impact on your production, but also on water use and water loss and water efficiency. We didn't really see a lot of water loss within the conveyance system so far. Only 94%, or the efficiency's at 94%, so that's not too bad. But we're really just getting this program up and started. But there's great, number one, there's a lot of applicability of this program if we find it to be effective. I think to a lot of other programs out there, water related and otherwise. A lot of other states are looking at this and watching what we're doing. I get calls frequently from Arkansas, Mississippi, Louisiana, and the Mississippi Delta, as well as California and the Central Valley, Florida. They're looking at this program and really thinking about implementing programs like this in their states. And there were, in RCS, I really see a lot of opportunities for working with them to enhance other conservation programs as well. So with that, I'll end it. I want to thank again all of our partners. We use a lot of students with our mobile irrigation lab, so I want to recognize them. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
You got a waiting list?
right, well, that ends our 2021 Governor's Water Conference. And so I want to thank all of our participants here in person and online for being here. I want to thank all of our sponsors. This couldn't have happened without you. Thanks to all of our speakers today. Thanks to the Water Resources Board and the staff for all your work to make this happen. I want to thank my staff back in Stillwater too for helping out with this. So thank you all, and have a good evening.